Michael Jordan had just won his third NBA championship. His face was on every magazine cover, his shoes in every store, his name synonymous with greatness itself. He was the most famous athlete on the planet, worth hundreds of millions, beloved by fans of every race and background. But on a humid June night in 1993, none of that mattered. When he approached the bronze doors of Chicago's most exclusive private club, reservation confirmed, dressed impeccably, accompanied by his business manager, the doorman did something unthinkable. He said no. Not because Michael wasn't on the list, not because of a mistake or miscommunication, but because powerful men in a boardroom 2 days earlier had decided that Michael Jordan, despite every achievement, despite every accolade, despite being Michael Jordan, simply didn't belong. What Michael didn't know as he walked away from those closed doors, cameras flashing, crowds gathering, was that this rejection had been planned for years, that his name had been on a blacklist since 1989, that the conspiracy against him stretched back decades, connected to his own father's dreams that had been destroyed by the same family 20 years earlier. And he definitely didn't know that fighting back would force him to choose between the safety of silence and the cost of speaking truth, a choice that would define him as more than just the greatest basketball player alive. This is the story of the night Michael Jordan's excellence wasn't enough, and what he did about it. The bronze doors of the Pinnacle Club gleamed under the amber streetlights of North Michigan Avenue like twin shields guarding a fortress. Michael Jeffrey Jordan stood before them at 11:47 p.m. on a humid June night in 1993, his championship ring catching the light from the magnificent Mile storefronts. 3 days ago, he'd hoisted his third Larry O'Brien trophy above his head in Phoenix. Tonight, he couldn't get past a doorman. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan." Richard Cosgrove's voice cracked slightly, his hand trembling against the polished brass handle. "Not tonight." Michael tilted his head, the way he did when a referee made a questionable call. Confusion flickered across his face, not anger yet, just genuine bewilderment. He'd been denied many things in his 30 years. Starting positions, last-second shots, college player of the year as a freshman, but never entry to a place that had confirmed his reservation. Curtis Polk stepped forward, Michael's business manager and one of his closest confidants. Curtis had negotiated endorsement deals worth millions, had sat across from corporate executives who commanded boardrooms in New York and Los Angeles. He knew how to handle situations with authority and precision. "Richard, is it?" Curtis's voice was measured, professional. "There must be some mistake. Mr. Jordan has a reservation. We called 3 weeks ago and confirmed yesterday afternoon." Richard's eyes darted between the two men and the ornate entrance behind him. The Pinnacle Club had stood on this corner since 1921, a monument to old Chicago money, where lumber barons and railroad tycoons once made deals over cigars and brandy. Its limestone facade rose 6 stories, each window darkened except for the soft glow emanating from the 3rd floor, the main dining room where members gathered in leather wingback chairs surrounded by oil paintings of men who'd built this city. "I understand, sir." Richard's knuckles whitened as he gripped the door handle tighter. "But I have my orders." The manager was very clear. Michael's jaw tightened. He wore a charcoal Tom Ford suit, custom-tailored Italian leather shoes that cost more than most people's monthly rent. His tie was silk, his watch was a Rolex, and his face was on billboards from here to Tokyo. The Bulls had just completed a three-peat, cementing his legacy as the greatest basketball player alive. Yet here he stood on a Chicago sidewalk being told he wasn't welcome. "Orders." Michael's voice dropped lower, quieter. Anyone who knew him recognized this tone, the calm before the competitive storm that had destroyed opponents for a decade. "What orders exactly?" Richard's face flushed crimson. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the evening breeze rolling off Lake Michigan 2 blocks east. He was maybe 25, probably working his way through college, thrust into a moment that would define him in ways he couldn't yet comprehend. "I'm not at liberty to say, Mr. Jordan. I'm very sorry." A taxi slowed as it passed, the driver recognizing the scene. Within seconds, another car pulled over, then another. Chicago knew Michael Jordan the way ancient Greeks knew Zeus, as something larger than life, a deity who walked among them wearing number 23. People began emerging from restaurants and shops, phones appearing in hands. This was 1993, before smartphones, but cameras still existed, and news traveled fast in a city that claimed him as its own. "Curtis, call David." Michael's voice remained steady, though Curtis could see the muscles in his friend's neck tensing. David Falk, his agent, the man who'd negotiated the Nike deal that changed everything. David would know what to do. A couple approached tentatively, tourists from their accents, Wisconsin maybe. The woman held a disposable camera. "Mr. Jordan, could we get a picture?" Michael turned, and like flipping a switch, the smile appeared. The megawatt charm that sold sneakers and soft drinks. He posed with them, signed an autograph on a napkin the husband produced from his pocket, asked them about their evening. Grace under pressure. It was what his mother, Dolores, had taught him in Wilmington, North Carolina, when he was just a kid facing his own closed doors. Be twice as good to get half as far, baby. And when they try to break you, don't you dare let them see it hurt. But this hurt. Standing outside a club that had accepted his reservation, his money, his credentials, everything except him. The weight of it settled in his chest like a stone. Curtis returned from making the call from the payphone on the corner, his face tight with barely controlled rage. "David's calling the club president now. This is insane, Michael. You're Michael Jordan." "I know who I am." Michael's eyes never left Richard, who looked like he might vomit. "The question is, what does the manager think I am?" More people gathered. A small crowd now, maybe 20 people, all watching as if witnessing something significant without fully understanding what. Flash bulbs popped. Someone with a video camera, local news maybe, pushed through to get a better angle. Tomorrow this would be everywhere. Michael looked up at the building's facade. Marble columns. Gargoyles perched on the corners like sentries. A bronze plaque near the entrance read, "Excellence in tradition since 1921. He almost laughed at the irony. Excellence. He'd spent his entire life pursuing that word, embodying it, proving it on every court from Chapel Hill to the Chicago Stadium. 3 NCAA championships, 2 Olympic gold medals, 3 NBA titles, countless accolades. Excellence defined him. But tonight, excellence wasn't enough. "Mr. Jordan." Richard's voice was barely a whisper now. "Please, I'm just doing my job." Michael nodded slowly. He understood that part. Richard wasn't the enemy, just the face of something larger, something institutional, something that had existed long before either of them were born. Blaming him would be like blaming a soldier for a war. "I know you are," Michael said softly. Then louder to Curtis, "Let's go." "Michael, let's go." He turned from the bronze doors, from the Pinnacle Club, from Richard Cosgrove's guilt-stricken face. He walked through the crowd with his head high, shoulders back, every inch the champion. People called his name. Cameras flashed. Questions flew like daggers. "Mr. Jordan, what happened? Are you going to sue? Is this about race?" He didn't answer. He kept walking until he reached the black Mercedes waiting at the curb, Curtis scrambling to keep up. As he ducked into the back seat, Michael took one last look at the building. A figure stood in a third-floor window, backlit, watching, observing, making sure the message had been delivered. Michael pulled the door closed, and the car slid into Chicago traffic. He didn't know then that this moment was not random. He didn't know about the board meeting 2 days prior, about Tommy Rizzo's vendetta, about Harrison Blackwell's family history with the Jordans. He didn't know that this rejection had been planned, calculated, designed to remind him of something. He didn't know that this wasn't about tonight at all. It was about a debt someone believed he owed, a debt that stretched back 20 years, to a loan denied, to doors closed, to a father's dreams deferred. The Mercedes carried him north toward his penthouse as Chicago's lights blurred past the window. Michael Jordan, the Golden Man, sat in silence and wondered what he'd done wrong. He wouldn't find out the truth for 3 more weeks, but when he did, everything would change. The Chicago skyline glittered like scattered diamonds through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Michael's penthouse. He stood there at 1:30 a.m., still wearing his Tom Ford suit, a glass of cognac untouched in his hand. The city stretched before him. His city, the one that had embraced him, chanted his name, built statues in his honor. Yet tonight, a single door had remained closed. Curtis had left an hour ago, promising to make calls in the morning. David Falk would handle the legal angles. The Bulls' public relations team would craft a statement. Everyone had a job to do. But Michael stood alone with his thoughts, and his thoughts traveled backward, away from the gleaming towers and championship banners, back to a place where closed doors were nothing new. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1973. Michael was 10 years old the first time he understood what it meant to be unwelcome. The summer sun beat down on the cracked sidewalk as he and his older brother Larry walked toward the Wilmington Community Pool. It was the kind of July day when the heat rose in visible waves from the asphalt, when every kid in the neighborhood dreamed of cool water and cannonballs. "Race you there, Mike." Larry took off running, his longer legs giving him an advantage that would disappear within a few years. Michael pumped his skinny arms, his flip-flops slapping against the concrete. They'd saved up their allowance for 2 weeks, 50 cents each for admission. Their mother had packed them sandwiches in brown paper bags, warned them not to run by the pool's edge, told them to be home before the streetlights came on. The pool appeared at the end of Maple Street, its chain-link fence surrounding blue water that sparkled like a promise. Kids' laughter echoed over the neighborhood. The smell of chlorine and sunscreen mixed with hot dogs from the concession stand. But as Michael and Larry approached the entrance, something felt wrong. The teenage boy at the ticket booth, Tommy Henderson, a senior at New Hanover High, shifted uncomfortably when he saw them. "Sorry, boys, pool's at capacity." Larry frowned, looking past Tommy at the half-empty pool. Maybe 20 kids swam inside, plenty of space on the concrete deck. "Doesn't look full." "Fire code, can't let anyone else in." Tommy wouldn't meet their eyes. Michael's stomach twisted. He wasn't stupid. Even at 10, he understood the code, the unspoken language of exclusion. This was 1973, years after the Civil Rights Act, after desegregation, after all the laws that were supposed to change things. But laws were just words on paper, and paper couldn't stop the look in Tommy Henderson's eyes. A mixture of embarrassment and something harder, something learned. "Come on, Mike." Larry's voice had gone flat, empty. He turned away from the pool, from the laughter, from the promise of relief from the oppressive heat. They walked home in silence, the 50-cent coins heavy in their pockets. When they got back to their modest house on Gordon Road, their mother Dolores took one look at their faces and knew. She didn't say anything at first, just pulled them inside, poured them sweet tea, and sat them down at the kitchen table. The oscillating fan in the corner did little against the heat that seemed to press down on everything. "Tell me what happened." Larry explained while Michael stared at the condensation on his glass, watching droplets race each other down the sides. When his brother finished, Dolores reached across the table and took Michael's hand. Her palm was warm, solid, real. "Baby, look at me." Michael raised his eyes. His mother's face was strong, beautiful, determined. She worked as a bank teller, wore her hair straightened and pinned back, carried herself with a dignity that made people respect her even when they didn't want to. "The world isn't fair," she said quietly. "You're going to learn that lesson over and over, but here's what you need to understand. Their ignorance is not your inadequacy. You hear me? When someone closes a door in your face, it says everything about them and nothing about you." "But why, Mama?" Michael's voice cracked. "We had the money, we just wanted to swim." "Because some people are afraid, baby. Afraid of change, afraid of what they don't understand, afraid that if everyone gets a seat at the table, there won't be enough for them. That fear makes them small and mean." Larry slammed his palm on the table. "It ain't right." "No, it's not." Dolores's voice hardened. "And that's why you boys are going to be better than them. You're going to work twice as hard, be twice as good, achieve twice as much. Not because you have to prove anything, but because excellence is its own reward. Success is the best response to ignorance." Michael absorbed her words like a sponge. Twice as good, twice as hard, the formula that would define his life. The memory shifted, fast-forwarding 3 years to the Lynch family moving in next door. Michael was 13, all knobby knees and growing pains. The Lynches were white, Bob, Margaret, and their daughter Katie, who was Larry's age. Michael's father James had been skeptical. "We'll see how long they last," he'd muttered, watching the moving truck from their porch. But Bob Lynch had walked over that first afternoon, hand extended. "Heard you're the best mechanic in Wilmington. My Chevy's making a noise like a dying cat. Think you could take a look?" James had been surprised, then cautious, then gradually accepting. The Lynches stayed. They borrowed sugar and lent lawn mowers. They invited the Jordans to Katie's graduation party. They treated them like neighbors, not novelties or threats. "See that, Mike?" James told him one evening as they worked on Bob's Chevy together, grease under their fingernails. "Not everyone's the same. Can't paint everybody with the same brush. There's good folks and bad folks in every group." It was a lesson in nuance that Michael would carry forever. Discrimination was real, systemic, often brutal, but individuals could choose differently. The challenge was figuring out which kind of person stood in front of you and staying sharp enough to protect yourself from those who meant harm. Another memory surfaced, this one sharp as broken glass. Sophomore year at Laney High School. Michael standing in Coach Clifton Herring's office, staring at the varsity basketball roster taped to the wall. His name wasn't on it. "You're too small, Jordan. You're what, 5'10", 5'11"? These boys are 6'2", 6'3". You get killed out there." Coach Herring wasn't being cruel, just practical. "Another year on JV, you'll grow, get stronger." But Michael had seen the list. Leary Smith made varsity, his friend, his classmate, his rival. Leary was 6'7", all arms and legs. Leary had gotten the opportunity Michael craved. That night Michael cried in his room, not from sadness but from rage, a burning, focused fury that would become his trademark. He'd been rejected, deemed insufficient, told he wasn't good enough. Larry found him there, eyes red, fists clenched. "What you gonna do about it?" Larry asked simply. Michael looked up at his older brother, the one who'd always pushed him, challenged him, beaten him in one-on-one games in their backyard until Michael learned to fight through contact, to never give up, to compete like his life depended on it. "I'm gonna make them regret it." And he did. Michael dedicated himself with monastic intensity. Early morning workouts before school, late night shooting sessions until his hands bled. He grew 4 inches that year. By junior year, he was unstoppable. By senior year, he was a McDonald's All-American. By college, he was hitting championship-winning shots for Dean Smith at North Carolina. The rejection had forged him. Coach Herring's decision wasn't racist. It was simply wrong. But it taught Michael that closed doors could be kicked open with enough work, enough dedication, enough refusal to accept no as a final answer. Standing in his Chicago penthouse 20 years later, Michael understood something he hadn't fully grasped as a teenager. Not all doors opened no matter how hard you worked. Some remained locked not because you weren't good enough, but because the people holding the keys never intended to let you through. The Wilmington pool hadn't opened because he learned to swim faster. The varsity team hadn't taken him back. He'd made them irrelevant by becoming something they couldn't ignore. He transcended their rejection by becoming Michael Jordan, a name that meant excellence, that meant champion, that meant once-in-a-generation greatness. But tonight, at the Pinnacle Club, none of that had mattered. His father's voice echoed in his memory from a conversation he tried to forget. Michael was 17, about to leave for college, and James Jordan had sat him down for one of their rare serious talks. "Son, you're going places I never could. You're going to see things, do things, achieve things I only dreamed about." James had paused, choosing his words carefully. "But remember, no matter how high you climb, there's always going to be someone who wants to remind you where you came from. Not because you did anything wrong, but because your success makes them uncomfortable." "Why, Pop?" "Because some folks built their whole identity on being above others. When you rise to their level, or above it, you challenge everything they believe about the world. That's threatening, and threatened people do ugly things." Michael had nodded, not fully understanding. How could he? He was 17, invincible, armed with a scholarship to North Carolina and dreams of the NBA. The world was opening for him, but James knew better. James had lived longer, faced more doors that wouldn't open. James understood something about America that Michael was only beginning to learn. Excellence could get you far, but it couldn't get you everywhere. The cognac in Michael's glass had gone warm. The Chicago skyline still glittered, indifferent to his turmoil. Somewhere in this city, in an office or a home or a private club, someone had decided Michael Jordan wasn't welcome. Someone had looked at his achievements, his fame, his wealth, and decided it wasn't enough. Or rather, decided that none of it changed what they saw when they looked at him. Michael thought about his mother's words, "Their ignorance is not your inadequacy." He thought about his father's warning, "Threatened people do ugly things." He thought about Coach Herring cutting him from varsity, about the Wilmington pool turning him away, about Tommy Henderson unable to meet his eyes, about all the small and large indignities that had marked his journey from Gordon Road to the pinnacle of professional sports. And he thought about Richard Cosgrove, the doorman, trembling as he followed orders he clearly disagreed with. Richard hadn't wanted to turn him away. Someone else had made that decision. Someone with power, with authority, with the keys to doors that remained locked. Who? And more importantly, why? Michael set down his glass and reached for his phone. It was nearly 2 a.m., but his father would still be awake. James Jordan was a night owl, always had been. The phone rang 3 times before a familiar voice answered. "Mike, you okay, son?" And just like that, hearing his father's voice, Michael felt 10 years old again, standing outside a pool on a hot summer day, trying to understand why the world worked the way it did. "Pop, something happened tonight." "Tell me." So Michael did. He told James about the Pinnacle Club, about Richard Cosgrove, about the bronze doors that wouldn't open. He told him about the crowd gathering, the cameras flashing, the humiliation of being rejected in his own city. James listened without interrupting, the way he always did. When Michael finished, silence stretched across the phone line for several seconds. Finally, James spoke, his voice heavy with something Michael couldn't quite identify. Sadness, anger, or maybe just exhaustion, the weariness of a man who'd fought these battles his entire life and hoped his son wouldn't have to. "Michael, there's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you years ago." Michael's grip tightened on the phone. "What is it?" "That club, the Pinnacle Club, I know it. Or rather, I know the people who run it." "What, how?" "It's a long story, son. And it starts in 1974, before you were even a teenager. It starts with a door that closed for me, and maybe, just maybe, that's why it closed for you tonight." Michael's heart hammered in his chest. Outside his windows, Chicago slept, unaware that something was shifting, that connections were being made, that a story much bigger than one night's rejection was beginning to reveal itself. "Tell me everything, Pop." And James Jordan did. 2 days before Michael Jordan stood outside the Pinnacle Club, a different kind of gathering took place behind those same bronze doors. The boardroom occupied the entire 5th floor, a cathedral to old money with its coffered ceiling, Persian rugs, and walls lined with photographs of members spanning 7 decades. Men in suits from every era stared down at the polished mahogany table where 9 people now sat in leather chairs that cost more than most cars. Harrison Blackwell III called the meeting to order at 7:00 p.m. sharp. At 67, he carried himself with the rigid posture of someone raised to believe deportment mattered as much as dividends. His silver hair was perfectly combed, his navy suit custom-tailored on Savile Row during his annual London trip. The Blackwell family had helped found the Pinnacle Club in 1921, and Harrison had served as president for 12 years. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice." His voice carried the cultivated tone of private schools and Ivy League universities. "We have a matter that requires immediate attention and a vote." Victoria Chen sat 3 chairs down, her expression neutral but her mind racing. At 45, she was the youngest board member and one of only 2 who weren't white. She'd fought for her seat, endured the subtle condescension, stayed because she believed change happened from within. But lately she'd begun questioning that belief. "The floor recognizes Thomas Rizzo," Harrison announced. Tommy Rizzo stood, his bulk filling the space at the head of the table. At 52, he still moved like the college linebacker he'd been at Notre Dame, though scotch and steaks had softened his frame. He owned a consulting firm that specialized in casino operations, splitting his time between Chicago and Atlantic City. His connections ran deep in both cities, and not all of them were listed on his business cards. "Thank you, Harrison." Tommy opened a manila folder, his thick fingers shuffling papers. "Gentlemen, and Victoria, we have a situation that threatens the integrity and reputation of this institution." Victoria's stomach tightened. She knew that tone, had heard it before when the board discussed problematic membership applications. The Latin American entrepreneur, the civil rights attorney, the Pakistani physician, all qualified, all rejected, all for reasons that were never explicitly stated but always understood. "I've compiled information regarding Michael Jordan's application for membership." Tommy pulled out a stack of photocopied articles and began distributing them. "I think you'll find the contents disturbing." Victoria took the papers, her trained attorney's eye scanning quickly. Articles about Jordan's gambling, a piece from the New York Times about his trips to Atlantic City, speculation about golf course wagers, a grainy photograph of Jordan entering a casino at 2:00 a.m. "Jordan has a serious gambling problem," Tommy continued, his voice taking on the rehearsed quality of a prosecutor. "He's been seen at casinos, placing bets that run into 6 figures. There are rumors, credible rumors, of poker games where he's lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single night. He's also the greatest basketball player alive and just won his 3rd championship," Victoria interjected. "His personal habits are his business." Tommy's eyes flashed. "Are they? When those habits reflect on this club, we have a reputation to maintain, standards. What happens when the Tribune runs a story about Jordan losing $1 million at blackjack and mentions he's a member here? What happens when his gambling becomes a scandal and we're associated with it?" Robert Hutchinson, a 73-year-old banker who'd been a member since 1958, cleared his throat. "The boy does have a point. We've rejected applications for less. Remember that fellow from the tech industry, the one with the messy divorce?" "That was different," Victoria said sharply. "That involved alleged domestic violence. This is a man playing golf for money. It's the principle, Tommy pressed. Jordan represents risk. His behavior is erratic, his judgment questionable. Is this really the kind of person we want representing the Pinnacle Club? The room fell silent. Victoria looked around the table, reading faces. James Worthington, the retired judge, looked uncomfortable but unconvinced. Patricia Morrison, the art gallery owner and the only other woman on the board, studied her manicured nails. Donald Crestwood, who'd inherited a printing fortune, nodded along with Tommy's words. Harrison Blackwell remained expressionless, his pale blue eyes revealing nothing. "There's another consideration," Tommy said, his voice dropping slightly. "A personal one I feel obligated to disclose." Here it comes, Victoria thought, the real reason. My brother Anthony had business dealings with Jordan, a golf game in Atlantic City, 1991. Jordan took him for $50,000. Tommy paused, his jaw clenching. Anthony believed the game was rigged. He believed Jordan was hustling him, using his fame to set up marks. My brother lost everything, his business, his marriage. Jordan destroyed him. Victoria leaned forward. "Did your brother file charges, sue for fraud?" "There was a settlement, all confidential." Tommy's face reddened. "But that doesn't change what happened. Jordan is a predator who uses his celebrity to take advantage of people. Is that who we want in this club?" "So this is revenge," Victoria said flatly. "Your brother made a bad bet and now you want to punish Jordan for it." "This is about protecting the club," Tommy's voice rose. "About maintaining standards that have served us for 70 years. We don't let in everyone with money and fame. We never have. That's what makes membership here mean something." The subtext hung in the air like smoke. Victoria heard what Tommy wasn't saying, what he could never say explicitly in 1993. We don't let in people like him. We don't open our doors to people who don't look like us, talk like us, come from families like ours. "I'd like to hear from Harrison," Patricia Morrison said softly. "What's your position on this?" All eyes turned to the club president. Harrison Blackwell steepled his fingers, a gesture Victoria had seen countless times when he was calculating his response. He was a master of the boardroom, knowing when to speak and when to let silence do the work. "This is a delicate matter," Harrison began slowly. "Michael Jordan is undeniably accomplished. His athletic achievements are remarkable. However, Tommy raises valid concerns about reputation and judgment." "That's not what this is about," Victoria interrupted. "Everyone at this table knows what this is really about." "Ms. Chen, please." Harrison's voice remained calm but held a warning. "Let's maintain decorum." "Decorum," Victoria stood, her chair scraping against the hardwood. "We're about to reject the most famous athlete in the world because he gambles on golf and because Tommy's brother can't handle losing. But more than that, we're rejecting him because he's black. Let's at least be honest about what we're doing." The room erupted. Voices overlapped, denials, accusations, calls for order. Harrison banged his gavel, the sharp crack echoing off the walls. "Out of order. Ms. Chen, those accusations are inappropriate and unfounded." "Are they?" Victoria's voice cut through the noise. "Tell me, Harrison, how many black members does this club have?" "4," Harrison said stiffly, "out of 317 members." "4. And when was the last time we accepted a new black member?" Silence. 1989, Victoria continued. Dr. William Foster, the cardiac surgeon. Before that, 1985. 2 black members in 8 years, both of whom had to be twice as qualified as any white applicant. Don't tell me race has nothing to do with this. Tommy slammed his palm on the table. "This is exactly the kind of divisive rhetoric that threatens our unity. Jordan's race is irrelevant. His character is what's in question." "His character," Victoria laughed bitterly. The man spent his life overcoming obstacles, built himself into a global icon, gives millions to charity, stays out of scandals, maintains a clean public image. But he plays golf for money, so his character is questionable. Meanwhile, half the men in this room have gambling debts, drinking problems, or mistresses, but their character is fine because they're members in good standing. "That's enough," Harrison's voice thundered. "Ms. Chen, you're out of line." "No, I'm the only one being honest." Victoria gathered her papers, shoving them into her briefcase. "You want to do this? Fine, but I won't be part of it. I vote no on any motion to reject Jordan's membership." "The motion hasn't been made yet," Harrison said coldly. "Then make it. Let's get this over with." Tommy straightened his tie, composing himself. "I move that we deny Michael Jordan's application for membership and revoke any guest privileges, effective immediately. Further, I move that we instruct all staff that Mr. Jordan is not to be admitted to club premises under any circumstances." "Second," Donald Crestwood said quickly. Harrison surveyed the room. Discussion. Judge Worthington shifted uncomfortably. "This seems extreme, barring him from the premises. He's not a criminal." "He's not a member either," Tommy shot back. "We have every right to control who enters this building." "What about his confirmed reservation?" Patricia Morrison asked. "He's scheduled to dine here in 2 days." "Cancel it," Tommy said. "Make up an excuse. Double booking, private event, whatever. Just make sure he doesn't get in." Victoria stared at Tommy Rizzo, seeing something in his eyes she hadn't noticed before. This wasn't just about his brother's debt or Jordan's gambling. This was deeper, more visceral. This was about putting someone back in their place, about reminding them that certain spaces remained off-limits no matter how high they climbed. "You really hate him," she said quietly. "Why?" Tommy met her gaze without flinching. "Because people like Jordan think the rules don't apply to them. They think because they're famous, because they're successful, they can go anywhere and do anything. Someone needs to teach them otherwise." People like Jordan, there it was, the truth finally surfacing. Harrison called for the vote. Hands rose around the table. Victoria watched them count off like a death sentence. Motion carries 6-3. Harrison made a note in the meeting minutes. Mr. Jordan's membership application is denied and he is barred from club premises. Tommy, please inform the staff. "Already done," Tommy said, pulling out his cell phone, one of those new Motorola models that looked like a brick. "I'll make the call now to confirm." He stepped into the corner, speaking quietly into the phone. Victoria could hear fragments. "Understood. Not to be admitted. I don't care what reason. Manager's orders." She gathered her briefcase and walked toward the door. As she reached for the handle, Harrison's voice stopped her. "Victoria, this isn't personal." She turned back, looking at the man she'd once respected. "Yes, Harrison, it is. That's exactly what it is." She left them there in their boardroom, surrounded by photographs of men who'd built fortunes and maintained power by controlling who got through the doors. Men who believed the world belonged to them and people like them. Men who saw change coming and fought against it with every tool at their disposal. As Victoria descended the stairs, she heard Tommy Rizzo's voice echoing from above. "It's done. He won't get past the door." And then quieter, almost to himself. "He needs to learn that some doors stay closed, no matter how high you jump." Victoria pushed through the bronze doors into the Chicago night, breathing deeply of the humid air. She'd resigned from boards before, fought battles she couldn't win, stood alone when it cost her professionally and personally. But this felt different. This felt like a line being drawn, a moment that would define not just Michael Jordan's relationship with the Pinnacle Club, but something larger about who got access and why. About the invisible barriers that remained standing long after the laws had changed. She pulled out her own phone and dialed a number she'd been saving. Sam Smith at the Chicago Tribune answered on the third ring. "Sam, it's Victoria Chen. I have a story for you, but it has to run after Thursday night." "What happens Thursday?" Michael Jordan walks up to a door that's going to slam in his face, and the whole world needs to know why. The Chicago Tribune hit doorsteps across the city at 5:47 a.m. on Friday morning. The headline stretched across the top fold in bold letters that demanded attention. Air Jordan grounded. Basketball legend denied entry at exclusive Pinnacle Club. Sam Smith's article was meticulously researched, devastating in its implications, and careful in its language. He reported facts. Michael Jordan had a confirmed reservation. He was turned away at the door. Sources within the club suggested the decision came from the board of directors. He quoted witnesses who'd been on Michigan Avenue that night, tourists who'd watched in disbelief as one of the world's most recognizable athletes was refused entry. What Sam didn't include, because Victoria Chen had made him promise, were the details of the board meeting, the explicit vote, Tommy Rizzo's vendetta. "Not yet. That would come later," she told him. "First, let the club respond. Let them reveal themselves." By 7:00 a.m., every television station in Chicago led with the story. By 8:00 a.m., it had gone national. Curtis Polk's phone started ringing at 6:15 a.m. and didn't stop. He stood in his River North office, still wearing yesterday's clothes, having worked through the night trying to manage a crisis that was spiraling beyond his control. His desk was covered with pink message slips, each one representing another reporter demanding comment, another organization wanting a statement, another talking head looking to book Michael for an interview. CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, ESPN, The New York Times, The Washington Post, USA Today. Every major outlet wanted the same thing: Michael Jordan's response to what was rapidly being framed as the racism story of 1993. "Curtis, you need to see this." His assistant Janice turned up the volume on the television mounted in the corner. ESPN's morning show had Charles Barkley on via satellite from Phoenix. Charles wore his son's warm-up gear, his broad face filling the screen, and he was angry. "This is exactly why I say there's still racism in America," Charles said, his voice rising. "The man just won his third championship 3 days ago. 3 days. He's the most famous athlete on the planet. He's got more money than God. And they won't let him in some country club. Come on, man. If it was Larry Bird, you think they'd turn him away?" The ESPN host tried to interject. "Charles, the club is saying this has nothing to do with race. They're citing concerns about Jordan's gambling." "Gambling?" Charles laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Half of corporate America gambles. Rich white dudes been making bets on golf courses since golf was invented. But when Michael does it, suddenly it's a character issue. Please. They're using that as an excuse because they don't want to say what they really mean. Which is they don't want black people in their club, period. They can dress it up however they want, use whatever excuse they need, but that's what this is about. And it's disgusting." Curtis muted the television but kept it on, images continuing to flash. Footage from Thursday night, Michael walking away from the Pinnacle Club, stock photos of the building's imposing facade, graphics showing statistics about racial composition at private clubs across America. The phone rang again. Curtis checked the caller ID, David Falk. "Tell me you've talked to him," David said without preamble. "He's not answering. Been at his place all night, but he's not picking up the phone." "We need a statement, Curtis. This thing is becoming a monster. Every civil rights organization in the country is calling my office. Jesse Jackson wants to organize a protest. The NAACP is demanding an investigation." Curtis rubbed his eyes, exhaustion making everything feel surreal. What's Michael's position legally? We could make a case for discrimination under the Civil Rights Act. Private clubs have some exemptions, but there's precedent if we can prove a pattern of racial bias. I've got 3 law firms already offering to take it pro bono. They see this as a landmark case. And if we go that route? David sighed. Discovery. Every gambling debt, every casino trip, every dollar Michael ever bet on a golf game becomes public record. The tabloids will have a field day. His endorsement deals could suffer. McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Nike, they all sell wholesome family image. A messy legal battle about gambling and racism. That's not what they signed up for. Curtis walked to his window, looking out at the Chicago River snaking through the city. Somewhere out there, Michael was processing this alone, making decisions that would define not just his career but his legacy. We need to let him decide, Curtis said. It's his life, his reputation on the line. Agreed, but Curtis, we need that decision soon. Every hour we don't respond, someone else controls the narrative. By noon, the protest had materialized. Reverend Jesse Jackson stood on the sidewalk outside the Pinnacle Club, megaphone in hand, 50 supporters behind him holding signs. Justice for Jordan. Excellence isn't enough. End discrimination now. Television cameras from every network filmed as Jackson's voice boomed across Michigan Avenue, stopping traffic, drawing crowds. Michael Jordan has represented this city, this country, this world with grace and excellence, Jackson declared. He has been an ambassador for what's best about America: hard work, determination, achievement. And yet when he seeks to enjoy the fruits of his labor, to sit at tables where others sit freely, he is turned away. Why? Because the color of his skin makes some people uncomfortable. Because his success challenges their assumptions about who belongs where. Shoppers stopped to watch. Business people on lunch breaks gathered at the edges. Some held up their own hastily made signs. Others recorded on camcorders, knowing they were witnessing something significant. Inside the Pinnacle Club, staff peered through windows at the growing crowd. Richard Cosgrove, the doorman who turned Jordan away, stood at his post with 2 security guards flanking him, his face pale, his hands trembling. He'd become the face of the incident, his name in the papers, his photograph on television. People recognized him on the street now, shouted things at him he tried not to hear. He hadn't wanted this. He'd just been following orders. But try explaining that to the protesters outside, or the reporters shoving microphones in his face, or the strangers sending threatening letters to his apartment. Harrison Blackwell watched from his 5th-floor office window, standing far enough back that the protesters couldn't see him. His secretary had fielded 73 calls that morning, all of them hostile. 3 corporate members had canceled their memberships. 2 others had threatened to unless the club issued an apology. But Harrison couldn't apologize. To apologize would be to admit wrongdoing, to acknowledge that race had played a role, to expose the club to lawsuits and investigations. The attorneys he'd consulted that morning had been clear. Deny everything, cite privacy concerns, stand firm. His intercom buzzed. Mr. Blackwell, there's a call from Nike Corporate. They're asking about Michael Jordan and tell them I'm unavailable. Sir, they said it's urgent. Something about pulling their business from. I said I'm unavailable. Harrison's voice cracked, the pressure finally breaking through his cultivated composure. He turned from the window, loosened his tie, and poured himself a scotch even though it wasn't yet 1:00 p.m. This was supposed to be simple. A quiet rejection, a message sent, a reminder of who still controlled access to certain spaces. How had it exploded into this? The answer, he knew, was Michael Jordan himself. If it had been anyone else, any other black athlete or celebrity, the story might have lasted a news cycle before fading. But Michael Jordan was different. Michael Jordan transcended sports, transcended race in the public imagination. Americans of all backgrounds had watched him win championships, bought his shoes, drank his soft drinks, made him the most marketable athlete in history. And now those same Americans were asking themselves, if this could happen to Michael Jordan, what did that say about the country they thought they lived in? Magic Johnson called Michael at 2:30 p.m. Michael finally answered, recognizing the number. "Mike, you good?" "Define good." Magic's laugh was gentle, understanding. "Yeah, I feel you. Listen, I've been where you are. Different situation, but the same feeling. Like the whole world is watching and waiting to see what you do." Michael sat in his darkened living room, curtains drawn against the media helicopters that had been circling his building since morning. "What did you do?" "I did what felt right to me. Not what my lawyers wanted, not what my agent thought was best. What I needed to do to live with myself. That's all you can do, man." Magic, they're saying I gamble too much, that I'm reckless, that I'm. They're saying whatever they need to say to justify what they did. Don't let them flip this. You know what happened Thursday night. Everyone watching knows what happened. The gambling stuff is just noise. Michael was quiet for a moment. You ever feel tired, like tired of being the example, the representative, the symbol? Every day, Mike, every single day. But that's the price, you know. We got this platform, this visibility. We can use it or we can hide from it, but we can't pretend it doesn't exist. After they hung up, Michael turned on the television for the first time since the story broke. He flipped through channels, each one showing some version of the same narrative. Michael Jordan denied entry, racism in private clubs, the limits of success for Black Americans. He stopped on a local Chicago station running interviews with people on the street, a white businessman in his 50s. "I think the club has a right to admit who they want. It's a private institution." A Black woman in her 30s. "This is heartbreaking. If Michael Jordan can't get respect, what hope do the rest of us have?" A Latino teenager wearing a Bulls jersey. "Jordan is my hero. Seeing him treated like that made me realize even heroes can't escape racism." Michael watched until he couldn't anymore, then turned it off. He walked to his trophy room, past the 3 championship trophies, the Olympic gold medals, the MVP awards, the All-Star accolades. Evidence of excellence arranged on shelves like museum pieces. His father's words echoed from their phone conversation. "That club, the Pinnacle Club, I know it. I know the people who run it." James had told him everything that night. About the 1974 loan application, about Harrison Blackwell SR, about doors that had closed before Michael was old enough to understand why. His father had carried that rejection for 20 years, never speaking of it, protecting Michael from a history that had finally caught up to them both. Michael picked up his phone and dialed Curtis. "I'm ready to make a statement." "Thank God. What do you want to say?" Michael looked at his reflection in the glass case holding his trophies. He looked tired, older than 30 years, weighted down by something that had nothing to do with basketball. "I want to tell the truth." The phone call came at 11:47 p.m., and James Jordan knew before answering that his son needed more than advice. Michael's voice carried a weight James recognized, the sound of a man discovering that the world worked differently than he'd believed. "Pop, I need to understand something." James settled into his recliner in the modest living room of the home he'd bought in 1976, after years of saving from his job managing a General Electric plant. Dolores was already asleep upstairs, but she'd wake if he needed her. 38 years of marriage meant knowing when your partner required backup. "Go ahead, son. You said you knew the Pinnacle Club, that you knew the Blackwells. Tell me everything." James closed his eyes, traveling back 19 years to a version of himself who dared to dream bigger. It was 1974. You were 11, playing ball in the backyard every spare minute. Larry was beating you in one-on-one, but you kept getting better. Remember that." Michael's voice softened. "I remember. I was working maintenance at the Air Force Base, making decent money but wanting more. Not for me, for you kids, for your mama. I had this idea to start a construction company. Small at first, maybe 2 crews bidding on municipal contracts. I'd done the research, had contacts, knew the business. All I needed was capital." James stood and walked to his desk, pulling out a folder he'd kept hidden for nearly 2 decades. Inside was a letter on cream-colored stationery with embossed letterhead, "Midwest Trust and Savings." I applied for a business loan, $25,000. My credit was solid, no debt beyond the mortgage. I had letters of recommendation from supervisors, a detailed business plan your mama helped me type up. I drove to Chicago because the bank there had a reputation for funding small businesses. "Chicago," Michael repeated. "That's where." "Where you ended up. Funny how life works." James opened the folder, though he'd memorized every word years ago. The loan officer was a man named Harrison Blackwell, not the current one, his father, Harrison Blackwell Sr. Michael's breathing changed, became sharper. He was polite enough when we met, looked over my application, asked questions about my experience, my plans, said everything looked in order, that he'd submit it to the loan committee, told me to expect an answer in 2 weeks. James could still picture that office, dark wood paneling, leather furniture, photographs of Blackwell shaking hands with mayors and governors, the smell of cigar smoke and old money. He'd felt out of place but determined, believing that preparation and qualification would be enough. 3 weeks later, I got a letter. Loan denied. No explanation, just a form letter thanking me for my interest and wishing me well in my future endeavors. "Did you appeal it?" "I did more than appeal. I went back to Chicago, demanded to speak with Blackwell directly. His secretary tried to put me off, but I sat in that waiting room for 4 hours until he agreed to see me." James's voice hardened at the memory. He wouldn't give me a straight answer. Said the committee had concerns about market conditions, about my lack of direct construction experience, about risk factors. Every reason he gave was vague, slippery. Nothing I could argue against, because it wasn't really the reason. What was the real reason? "Michael, you know what it was. Same reason you got turned away Thursday night. I walked into that office as a qualified applicant and walked out as a black man asking for something I had no business asking for." The silence stretched between them, filled with the accumulated pain of generations. "I filed a complaint with the Illinois Banking Commission," James continued. "Took me weeks to fill out all the forms, gather all the documentation proving I was qualified. Your mama kept saying maybe we should let it go, that fighting powerful people was dangerous. But I was angry, Mike, angrier than I'd ever been." "What happened with the complaint?" "Nothing. Investigation found no evidence of discriminatory practices. Said the bank had legitimate business reasons for the denial. Case closed." James laughed bitterly. "The investigator was polite when he called to tell me. Very professional, but I could hear it in his voice. He knew what had really happened. He just couldn't prove it or wouldn't." Michael's voice came through tight with controlled fury. "So you just gave up, let them win?" "I had a family to feed, son. I had bills to pay and children depending on me. Fighting that fight would have meant lawyers I couldn't afford, time away from work we couldn't spare, attention from people who could make our lives harder." James paused, choosing his words carefully. "Sometimes survival looks like surrender, but it's not. It's choosing your battles, protecting what matters most. We could have had more. You could have had your company. We had enough. I worked, your mama worked, we kept food on the table and clothes on your backs. We sent you to college. We made it work. But it wasn't what you wanted. No, James admitted. It wasn't. I think about it sometimes. What that company might have become, what opportunities it might have created. Not just for us, but for other folks who couldn't get conventional financing. I wanted to build something that lasted, something I could pass down. Through the phone, James heard his son's breath catch. He knew Michael was thinking about legacies, about the empire he was building with Nike and endorsements and championships, about what it meant to create something that outlasted you. Pop, I'm sorry. For what? For not knowing, for having it easier, for. Stop, James's voice was firm. You don't apologize for opportunities you earned. You worked for everything you got, Mike. Don't let anyone tell you different, including yourself. But if they did this to you, if the same family, then you understand this isn't about you personally. It's about a system, about people who believe certain doors should stay closed to certain folks. That's bigger than one loan, one club, one night. Dolores appeared in the doorway, her silk robe wrapped tight, her face concerned. James waved her over, putting the call on speaker so she could hear. Baby, Dolores's voice was warm but worried. You all right? Hi, Mama, I'm okay. No, you're not. I can hear it. She sat on the arm of James's chair, her hand on his shoulder, a united front they'd presented to their children since the beginning. Your daddy tell you about Chicago? He did. Then you know this isn't new, and you know we survived it, built a good life anyway. But Mike, you've got something we never had, a platform. People listen to you. What you do next matters not just for you, but for everyone watching. Michael was quiet, processing. James knew his son well enough to recognize the silence of decision-making, of weighing options and calculating consequences. Mama, Pop, I need to ask you something straight. Do you think I gamble too much? James and Dolores exchanged glances. They discussed this before, worried about the stories they heard. Their son betting enormous sums on golf games, staying up all night at casinos, the competitive fire that made him great on the court bleeding into every aspect of his life. Dolores spoke first. I think you're competitive in ways most people can't understand. I think you need to win at everything, even things that don't matter. And yes, sometimes I worry that need drives you to take risks that scare me. But, Michael prompted, hearing the unspoken word. But it's your life, your money, your choices. As long as you're not hurting yourself or others, as long as you can walk away when you need to, then what you do with your free time is your business. The gambling isn't the problem here, baby. The problem is people using it as an excuse to justify discrimination. James nodded, adding, Son, if you were white and betting the same amounts on the same games, would the Pinnacle Club have rejected you? No. Then that's all you need to know about whose character is really in question. Michael let out a long breath. They're saying I need to make a statement. Curtis, David, everyone. The media's going crazy. There's protests outside the club. Charles went on ESPN and went off. This thing is everywhere. What do you want to say? James asked. I want to tell them about you. About 1974, about the loan, about how the same family that denied you is now denying me. I want to connect the dots, show people this is generational, systematic. I want. Michael, stop. James's voice was gentle but firm. This isn't about me. This is about you and what you need to do for yourself. But it's connected, don't you see? They've been doing this for decades. I see it. Your mama sees it. Everyone paying attention sees it. But telling my story means making me part of your narrative, and I'm not sure that serves you. I don't care what serves me. I care about the truth. Dolores squeezed James's shoulder, pride evident in her face. Their son was willing to sacrifice his carefully crafted image for principle. That was worth something. James stood and walked to the window, looking out at the quiet North Carolina street where they'd raised 5 children, where Michael had learned to compete by playing against Larry in the driveway. Simple times, or so they'd seemed, but the complexity had always been there, just beneath the surface. "All right," James said. "If you're going to do this, do it right. Tell the whole story, my loan application, their denial, the complaint that went nowhere. Tell it because it illustrates a pattern, not because you're trying to embarrass anyone. Make it about the system, not about revenge." "I'm not looking for revenge, Pop." "Aren't you? Even a little?" James's voice was knowing. "You're angry, you have every right to be. But angry decisions tend to be decisions you regret. Whatever you do, make sure you can live with it 10 years from now." Michael was quiet again, thinking. "There's something else you should know," James said. "When they denied that loan, when I realized what had really happened, I made a choice. I could spend my life being bitter, carrying that rejection like a weight, letting it poison everything good I had. Or I could let it go, not because they deserved forgiveness, but because I deserved peace." "You're saying I should let this go?" "I'm saying you should decide what you're fighting for. If you're fighting to get into some club where people don't want you, that's one thing. If you're fighting to change a system that keeps doors closed for people who don't have your resources or platform, that's something else. Know the difference." Dolores took the phone from James. "Baby, whatever you decide, we support you. You want to go public, sue them, organize protests, we're behind you. You want to walk away and focus on basketball, we understand that too. But make the decision that lets you sleep at night." "How did you sleep, Mama? After Pop was denied, after the complaint went nowhere?" "Honestly, I didn't, not for a while. I was angry at a world that kept pushing us down every time we tried to stand up. But eventually I realized something. They could close doors, but they couldn't stop us from building our own. Your father didn't get his construction company, but he raised 5 children who all went to college. He created something that mattered more than any business, a family that understood dignity, resilience, and excellence. You think I should walk away? I think you should do what Michael Jordan needs to do, not what everyone else expects. There's a difference." They talked for another hour, the conversation meandering through memories and possibilities, through anger and acceptance, through the complicated reality of being black and successful in America. By the time they hung up, Michael hadn't made his final decision, but he had clarity. James returned to his recliner, Dolores curled up beside him. "Think he'll fight it?" she asked. "He's our son. Of course he'll fight. Question is how and what for." Dolores rested her head on James's shoulder. "I wish the world was different for them. I wish excellence was enough." "It should be, but wishing doesn't make it so." James kissed the top of her head. "All we can do is teach them how to handle it when it's not." Outside, North Carolina slept peacefully. But in Chicago, in a penthouse overlooking a city that both celebrated and rejected him, Michael Jordan sat with his father's words echoing in his mind, making choices that would ripple forward in ways none of them could yet imagine. Curtis Polk didn't trust convenient explanations. 20 years in business management had taught him that when powerful people moved quickly and quietly, they were usually hiding something. The Pinnacle Club's rejection of Michael Jordan felt orchestrated, deliberate, more than just a spontaneous decision about gambling concerns. He made the call at 8:15 a.m. Saturday morning, 2 days after the incident. DeLuca Investigations. "Martin, it's Curtis Polk. I need your help." Martin DeLuca had spent 23 years with the Chicago Police Department before retiring to open his private investigation firm. He specialized in corporate espionage, background checks, and what he called finding the truth people pay to bury. Curtis had used him twice before, once to vet a potential business partner who turned out to have mob connections, once to locate assets in a messy divorce for a client. "I saw the news," Martin said, his gravelly voice suggesting too many years of coffee and cigarettes. "This about Jordan and the Pinnacle Club." "How fast can you work?" "Depends what you need." "Everything. The board members who voted to reject him, their connections to Michael, any financial interests that might explain this. The club's history with minority applicants. Whatever's there, I want it found." Martin was quiet for a moment, calculating. This could get expensive. We're talking about old money, connected people. They don't leave obvious trails. "Money's not an issue. But Martin, this needs to be airtight. Anything you find, I need documentation, proof. We can't go off rumors or speculation." "Understood. Give me 72 hours. Martin delivered in 60. Curtis sat in Martin's cramped office on Monday afternoon, surrounded by filing cabinets and stacks of paper that represented decades of Chicago's hidden history. Martin had that look investigators got when they'd found something bigger than expected, equal parts satisfaction and concern. "You're not going to like this," Martin said, spreading documents across his desk. "But you're going to want it." The first file was thick, labeled Thomas Rizzo. Martin opened it, revealing photocopied articles, court documents, and financial records. Tommy Rizzo, 52, former Notre Dame linebacker, runs a casino consulting firm, splits time between Chicago and Atlantic City. His company, Rizzo Gaming Consultants, advises casinos on operations, security, high roller management. Martin pulled out a highlighted document. His brother is Anthony Rizzo, 55, formerly ran a construction company called Rizzo Brothers Development. Formerly filed for bankruptcy in December 1991. Lost everything. The business, his house, his marriage ended 6 months later. Currently works as a project manager for someone else's company, making a fraction of what he used to earn. Curtis leaned forward. "What caused the bankruptcy?" Martin pulled out another document, a legal filing from 1991. According to court records, Anthony Rizzo had significant gambling debts. He borrowed heavily against his business to cover losses. When he couldn't pay, creditors seized assets. The company collapsed. How much did he lose? North of $230,000. But here's where it gets interesting. Martin produced a sealed court document. There was a lawsuit filed in October 1991. Anthony Rizzo versus Michael Jordan, alleging fraud and misrepresentation in connection with a golf game played at Atlantic City National Golf Club on September 15, 1991. Curtis felt his stomach tighten. "I never heard about this." "Because it was settled quietly and sealed. Took me 3 days and a friendly clerk to get this." Martin handed over the settlement agreement. Jordan paid $180,000 to make it go away. The agreement includes a mutual non-disparagement clause and complete confidentiality. Curtis read through the settlement, his legal training from business school kicking in. The document was carefully worded. Neither party admitted wrongdoing. Both agreed to silence. The matter was considered resolved. Standard language for making problems disappear. So Jordan paid even though he didn't do anything wrong. Appears that way. I talked to Martha Stein. She's retired now, but she was the attorney who negotiated for Jordan's side. She wouldn't give me details, but she said off the record that Jordan was clean. Rizzo made bad bets, lost big, and tried to blame Jordan for hustling him. Jordan settled because a court case would have been messy publicity right when he was building his brand. Did Anthony Rizzo honor the non-disparagement clause? Martin's expression darkened. Not even close. I found 3 people in Atlantic City who say Anthony spent the next year telling anyone who'd listen that Jordan was a con artist who destroyed his life. He blamed Jordan for the bankruptcy, the divorce, everything. Even tried to, Martin paused, pulling out another document. This one sealed tighter, but I got confirmation from a source in the Atlantic City prosecutor's office. Anthony Rizzo approached someone about teaching Jordan a lesson in early 1992. Could have been just talk, could have been more serious. The prosecutor looked at it but didn't file charges. Insufficient evidence of intent. Curtis felt cold. He tried to hire someone to hurt Michael. Can't prove it definitively, but the prosecutor thought it was serious enough to document. My source said Anthony was obsessed with Jordan, blamed him for destroying his life. And his brother Tommy knows all this. Tommy was listed as a witness in Anthony's bankruptcy proceedings. He testified about his brother's gambling problems. He knew everything. Martin flipped to another section of the file. After the bankruptcy, Tommy Rizzo became even more active at the Pinnacle Club. He joined the board in 1992, and according to my sources inside the club, he's been vocal about maintaining standards and tradition. That's code for keeping certain people out. Curtis sat back processing. The rejection wasn't random. It was personal revenge wrapped in institutional discrimination. What about Harrison Blackwell? Curtis asked. What's his connection? Martin opened a second thick file. Harrison Blackwell III, 67, president of the Pinnacle Club since 1981. Runs Blackwell Properties, a commercial real estate development company his grandfather founded in 1919. The family's been wealthy for generations. Lumber, then railroads, then real estate. And his connection to Michael. Not direct, but follow the money. Martin spread out financial documents. In 1985, Nike was looking to expand into urban markets. They considered partnering with Blackwell Properties for a major mixed-use development in Chicago's South Side retail, community spaces, youth facilities. The deal was worth an estimated $50 million, with Blackwell Properties standing to make around $12 million in fees and profits. What happened? Nike went a different direction. They invested in Portland instead, building their campus there and expanding their Oregon footprint. Blackwell lost the deal. Martin pulled out a Nike press release from 1985. The decision came right after Jordan signed his historic shoe deal. Nike wanted to be closer to their biggest asset. Blackwell blamed Jordan for the lost opportunity, even though Jordan had nothing to do with Nike's corporate real estate decisions. $12 million, Curtis whispered. That's enough to hold a grudge. It gets better or worse depending on your perspective. Martin produced an older document, yellowed with age. This took the most digging. In 1974, a man named James Jordan applied for a business loan at Midwest Trust and Savings. The loan officer was Harrison Blackwell Sr., Harrison III's father. Application was denied. Curtis's hands trembled as he took the document. Michael's father. The story James had told his son was documented right here in black and white. The official reason was insufficient collateral and market concerns, Martin continued. But I found something else. He handed Curtis a piece of paper, a handwritten memo on Midwest Trust letterhead, dated June 1974. Curtis read aloud. Applicant is qualified on paper, but we must consider neighborhood impact and existing client relationships. Construction sector is competitive, and introducing new operators could disrupt established partnerships. Recommend denial. That's Harrison Blackwell Sr.'s handwriting, Martin said, confirmed by a handwriting analyst. What he's really saying is that a black contractor might upset white clients and partners, Curtis finished. This is explicit discrimination. From 50 years ago, yes, but it establishes a pattern. The Blackwell family has a history of using business justifications to mask racial bias. Harrison III grew up in that environment, inherited those attitudes. Curtis looked at the pile of documents spread before him. A conspiracy was taking shape, not a criminal conspiracy, but something more insidious. Two men with grudges against Michael Jordan, using their positions at an elite private club to exact revenge and remind Jordan of his place. And underneath it all, a family legacy of discrimination stretching back generations. Is there a direct connection between Tommy Rizzo and Harrison Blackwell? Curtis asked. Beyond the club. Martin smiled grimly. That's the cherry on top. Anthony Rizzo's construction company did extensive work for Blackwell Properties between 1988 and 1991. When Anthony's company went bankrupt, it delayed 3 of Blackwell's projects by 6 to 8 months. Cost overruns, missed deadlines, contractor disputes. Blackwell Properties took a hit, not huge, maybe $2 million in losses, but enough to matter. So Blackwell lost money because of Anthony's bankruptcy, which Anthony blamed on Jordan. See how it connects? Tommy Rizzo approaches Blackwell. They both have reasons to resent Jordan, one personal, one financial. They're both on the Pinnacle Club board, and suddenly Jordan's application gets rejected. Curtis stood and walked to Martin's window, looking out at Chicago's skyline. Somewhere in those towers, Harrison Blackwell sat in his office, believing he'd gotten away with it. Tommy Rizzo probably felt satisfied, like he'd struck a blow for his ruined brother. "There's more," Martin said quietly. Curtis turned back. "How can there be more?" Martin pulled out a final document, meeting minutes from the Pinnacle Club, dated May 1989. This was buried deep in archived records. I had to pay a former club employee to access them. Look at the attendees. Curtis scanned the list. Tommy Rizzo wasn't on the board yet, but he was there as a guest, invited by another member. The meeting discussed membership standards and future applications. And there, in the minutes, was a paragraph that made Curtis's blood run cold. Discussion of potential high-profile applicants. Member Rizzo, T., raised concerns about athletes and entertainers seeking membership for publicity purposes rather than genuine club engagement. Board consensus that careful vetting required for celebrity applications. Specific names discussed in executive session, notes sealed per confidentiality protocols. They were planning this, Curtis said. 4 years before Michael even applied, they were discussing how to keep out people like him. It's not smoking gun evidence of discrimination, Martin cautioned. Good lawyers could argue they were just maintaining club culture, preventing exploitation by publicity seekers. But combined with everything else, it paints a picture. Curtis gathered the documents carefully, his mind racing through implications and strategies. This was bigger than one night's rejection. This was a systematic effort to exclude Jordan, rooted in personal vendettas and institutional racism, planned years in advance and executed with deliberate precision. Martin, I need you to verify one more thing. The board meeting where they voted to reject Michael. I need to know exactly who was there and how they voted. Already on it. I've got a source working on getting those minutes. Should have them tomorrow. Curtis pulled out his checkbook. How much do I owe you? Martin waved him off. First installment. I'm not done yet. Something about this case, he paused, choosing words carefully. I've investigated a lot of ugly things in this city. Corruption, fraud, violence. But this is different. This is people using their power not for money or advantage, but just to remind someone they're not welcome. That's a special kind of evil. Can we prove it? In court, maybe. In the court of public opinion, absolutely. Martin tapped the stack of documents. This is ammunition, Curtis. How you use it is up to Jordan. But if he decides to fight, you've got everything you need. Curtis left Martin's office carrying 2 briefcases full of documents that told a story spanning decades. A story of doors closed to James Jordan in 1974, of a grudge nursed by the Rizzo family since 1991, of a real estate developer who'd lost millions and blamed Michael Jordan, of an institution that had been planning to reject Jordan years before he knocked on their door. He drove straight to Michael's penthouse, called ahead so security would let him up. Michael answered the door in sweatpants and a UNC t-shirt, looking tired but focused. "You found something," Michael said. "It wasn't a question. I found everything." They spent the next 4 hours going through every document, every connection, every piece of the conspiracy that had been hiding in plain sight. Michael's expression shifted from anger to disgust to something harder, a cold determination Curtis had seen on the basketball court when Michael decided to take over a game. When they finished, Michael sat in silence for a long time, staring at the photograph of Harrison Blackwell Sr.'s handwritten memo denying his father a loan. "They've been doing this to my family for 20 years, Michael said quietly. "My father, now me. How many other families? How many other people got rejected and didn't have the resources to fight back?" "Probably hundreds, maybe thousands. This is just what we found about you." Michael looked up, his eyes hard. "I want to talk to my father first, and then I want to decide how we use this." Curtis nodded. "Whatever you choose, we've got the truth now. That's something." "Is it enough?" "I don't know, but it's a start." Outside, Chicago continued its Monday evening routine. People heading home from work, stopping for groceries, picking up kids from practice. Normal life, oblivious to the fact that in a penthouse downtown, Michael Jordan was discovering that his rejection from the Pinnacle Club was just the visible tip of something much larger and darker. The question now was what he would do with that knowledge. The invitation came through a mutual acquaintance, Doug Mitchell, a commodities trader who belonged to both the Pinnacle Club and Conway Farms Golf Club in Lake Forest. Michael received the call Tuesday morning, 4 days after being turned away. "Mike, I'm putting together a foursome for Saturday. Beautiful course, great weather forecast. You interested?" Michael almost declined. The last thing he needed was more social engagements while the media firestorm continued. But something in Doug's tone, a carefully calibrated casualness, made him pause. "Who else is playing?" "Me, Bill Henderson from Merrill Lynch, and Tommy Rizzo. You know Tommy, right? He's on the Pinnacle Club board." There it was. This wasn't a casual golf invitation. This was an opportunity, maybe even a setup. Michael thought about the documents Curtis had shown him, Anthony Rizzo's lawsuit, the bankruptcy, Tommy's testimony, the vendetta that had been hiding behind institutional policy. "What time?" 7 a.m. tea time. "I'll have a car pick you up at 6. Michael hung up and immediately called Curtis. "It's a trap," Curtis said without hesitation. "They want you to lose your temper, make a scene, give them ammunition to justify the rejection." "Maybe. Or maybe it's a chance to look Tommy Rizzo in the eye and see what he does." "Michael." "I'm going, Curtis, but I'm going prepared." Conway Farms Golf Club sat on 300 pristine acres 40 miles north of Chicago, a Tom Fazio design that had hosted LPGA tournaments and regularly appeared on lists of America's best courses. The clubhouse was modern elegance, all glass and natural wood, nothing like the Pinnacle Club's Gothic pretension. Michael arrived at 6:45 a.m. wearing Nike golf attire, his clubs already loaded on a cart by staff who treated him like visiting royalty. Doug Mitchell greeted him warmly, clearly nervous about the dynamics he'd helped orchestrate. Bill Henderson was friendly but reserved, a corporate executive who probably wondered what he'd gotten himself into. Tommy Rizzo arrived at 6:52 a.m., parking his black Mercedes in the space next to Michael's. He was thick through the middle, his Notre Dame golf shirt stretched tight across his gut. His handshake was firm to the point of aggression. "Jordan, good to see you." "Tommy." Michael's voice was neutral, giving nothing away. They made small talk through warm-ups, discussing the course layout, Chicago's weather, the Bulls' championship. Tommy was jovial, almost aggressively so, making jokes and slapping backs like they were old friends. Michael watched him carefully, seeing the performance for what it was. The first 8 holes passed without incident. Michael played well but not dominantly, keeping pace with the group, enjoying the morning air and the perfect conditions. Tommy played aggressive golf, big drives, risky approaches, the style of someone who believed force could overcome precision. By the 9th hole, Tommy had relaxed enough to let his guard slip. "Shame about that thing at the Pinnacle Club," he said as they waited for the group ahead to clear the green. "Misunderstanding, really. Club policies can be complicated." Michael lined up his shot, a 165-yard approach over water. "Didn't seem complicated. I had a reservation. I showed up. The door stayed closed." "Well, you know how it is. Private clubs have standards to maintain." Michael's shot landed 8 feet from the pin, perfect. He turned to Tommy. "Standards, is that what we're calling it?" Tommy's jaw tightened, but he forced a smile. "Just saying, sometimes these things aren't personal." "What are they then?" The question hung in the air. Doug Mitchell suddenly became very interested in his golf bag. Bill Henderson checked his watch unnecessarily. Tommy's face reddened, but he didn't answer. Instead, he hit his approach shot too hard, watching it sail over the green into the rough. By hole 16, Michael had made his decision. They were walking to the tee box away from the others when Michael spoke quietly. "Your brother Anthony, how's he doing these days?" Tommy stopped walking. "What?" "Just wondering. Last I heard, he was going through some difficulties. Bankruptcy, wasn't it?" Tommy's face went from red to purple. "That's none of your business." "You made it my business when you brought it to the Pinnacle Club board." Michael kept his voice conversational, almost friendly. "The lawsuit, the settlement, the grudge, all of it." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do." Michael stepped closer, his voice dropping lower. "Your brother lost money gambling, made bad decisions, bet money he didn't have. That destroyed him, and you've spent the last 2 years blaming me for it." "You hustled him," Tommy's control snapped, his voice rising. "You set him up, used your fame to make him think." "I played golf. Your brother lost. That's not hustling, Tommy. That's gambling. And if he couldn't afford to lose, he shouldn't have bet." Doug and Bill had stopped walking, watching from a distance, unsure whether to intervene. Tommy stepped closer, his bulk intended to intimidate. "You people think you can do whatever you want. Think because you're famous, because you've got money, you belong everywhere. But you don't. There are still places where you're not welcome." "You people." Michael let the words hang between them. "There it is. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Not gambling, not my character, not club standards. Just good old-fashioned racism dressed up in policy language." "That's not," Tommy sputtered, looking around, realizing others were listening. "This isn't about race." "Then what's it about?" "My gambling. Half the members at the Pinnacle Club gamble more than I do. My character. I've never been arrested, never been in a scandal, built a career on hard work and excellence. So what is it, Tommy? What makes me unacceptable?" Tommy's hands clenched into fists. For a moment, Michael thought he might actually swing. Part of him almost wanted it. A physical confrontation would be simpler than this psychological warfare, cleaner than navigating institutional discrimination. But Tommy surprised him. Instead of violence, his voice went quiet, almost sad. "My brother was a good man. He worked hard, built a company from nothing. And then he met you, got caught up in the excitement of gambling with Michael Jordan, and lost everything. His business, his marriage, his dignity. He tried to kill himself last year, did you know that? Michael felt the wind leave his chest. No, I didn't. He's alive, but he's not the man he was. And yeah, maybe he made bad choices. Maybe he bet money he couldn't afford to lose. But you walked away from that table like it was nothing. $50,000 was nothing to you. To him, it was everything. Tommy, I didn't know. Of course you didn't. People like you never do. You move through the world taking what you want, winning everything, and you never look back at what you leave behind. My brother was just another opponent you beat. You probably don't even remember the game. The truth was, Michael didn't. He'd played hundreds of rounds with thousands of dollars on the line. Golf was how he competed when basketball season ended, how he fed the fire that made him great. But he'd never thought about the people on the other side of those bets, never considered that losing to Michael Jordan might be more than just a bad day. I'm sorry about your brother, Michael said quietly. Truly. But taking it out on me by barring me from a club, that doesn't help him. That doesn't fix anything. No, Tommy agreed, but it felt good. For about 5 minutes, it felt like justice. They stood on the 16th tee box, two men carrying grievances they couldn't fully express, surrounded by the manicured beauty of a golf course that existed in a bubble separate from the real world's complications. I could destroy you, Michael said softly. I have documentation of everything. Your brother's lawsuit, the sealed settlement, the conspiracy with Blackwell, the board meeting where you planned my rejection. I could take it public, ruin your reputation, maybe even get the club investigated for discrimination. Tommy met his eyes defiant. Then do it. But I won't. You want to know why? Enlighten me. Because my father taught me something about doors that stay closed. He said some battles you win by refusing to fight on someone else's terms. I don't need the Pinnacle Club. I don't need your approval or Harrison Blackwell's or anyone else's. I've already won everything that matters. Michael pulled his driver from his bag, addressed the ball. But here's what I am going to do. I'm going to make sure no one else gets rejected the way I did. I'm going to shine a light on every private club in America that uses policy language to hide discrimination. And I'm going to make sure your brother gets help, real help. Because unlike you, I don't think revenge is justice. He swung, the ball sailing 320 yards down the fairway perfect. Now, you want to keep playing golf, or are we done here? Tommy stared at him, something crumbling behind his eyes. Not defeat exactly, but recognition. Recognition that Michael Jordan wasn't just a target for his anger, but a human being carrying his own weight, making his own difficult choices. Double or nothing on this hole, Tommy said finally. Michael almost laughed. Even now, even after everything, Tommy defaulted to competition. Maybe that was the only language men like them really spoke. What's the bet up to? You're up 70,000. Michael considered. He could walk away, prove his point about not needing to win every battle, but that wasn't who he was. Competition was in his blood, in his bones, woven into the fabric of his identity. Walking away felt like surrender. No, he said instead. No more bets. Let's just play golf. Tommy looked surprised, then disappointed, then something like relieved. They played the final 3 holes in relative silence. The earlier tension dissipated into something more complicated, not friendship, not forgiveness, but perhaps understanding. When they shook hands on the 18th green, Tommy held on a moment longer than necessary. For what it's worth, Tommy said, I am sorry, not for everything, but for some of it. You're right, this isn't about you. It's about me, my brother. Things that have nothing to do with basketball or clubs or any of it. Then get him help, Tommy, real help. and leave me out of whatever else you're fighting. And the Pinnacle Club, the board, is going to face consequences for what it did. Not from me directly, but consequences are coming. You might want to distance yourself from that." Tommy nodded slowly, understanding. He walked toward the parking lot without saying goodbye. Doug Mitchell approached carefully. "That was intense." "That was necessary," Michael corrected. Bill Henderson shook his hand. "I don't know what all of that was about, but you handled it with class, for what it's worth." Michael thanked him and headed to his car, where Curtis was waiting, having driven up halfway through the round after Michael called him. "How'd it go?" "Better than expected, worse than I hoped." Michael climbed into the passenger seat, suddenly exhausted. Tommy's brother tried to commit suicide. Jesus. And I can't shake the feeling that maybe I do move through the world, not thinking about the wake I leave behind. Curtis started the car. "Michael, you didn't force anyone to gamble. You didn't make bad bets for them. Their choices are their responsibility." "I know, but knowing that doesn't make it feel better." They drove in silence for a while, watching Lake County's wealthy suburbs blur past the windows. "I'm going to do a press conference," Michael said finally. "Tell everything. My father's story, the conspiracy, the pattern of discrimination, all of it." "Are you sure?" "No, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because some doors need to be kicked open, even when it's easier to walk away." Curtis nodded, already pulling out his phone to start making arrangements. In the rearview mirror, Conway Farms Golf Club receded into the distance, another beautiful space built for people who could afford beauty, where the real world's complications could be temporarily forgotten in the pursuit of perfect shots and perfect scores. But Michael Jordan had learned long ago that the real world always found you eventually. The only choice was whether you faced it on your terms or someone else's. He was done playing by other people's rules. Victoria Chen's law office occupied the 32nd floor of the Aeon Center, with windows overlooking Lake Michigan's endless blue. She'd built her practice from nothing: corporate litigation, civil rights cases, the kind of work that required both sharp intellect and sharper instincts. Her walls displayed degrees from Stanford and Yale Law, but also photographs of her parents' laundromat in Chinatown, where she'd done homework between folding towels and helping customers. Michael Jordan sat across from her Tuesday afternoon, Curtis beside him, both men studying the woman who'd walked out of the Pinnacle Club board meeting rather than participate in what she'd called institutional racism. "Thank you for seeing us," Michael began. Victoria set down her tea, meeting his eyes directly. She'd spent 5 years navigating the Pinnacle Club's politics, learning to read the subtle codes of old money and older prejudices. She knew exactly why Michael Jordan was here. "You want me to testify, to go on record about what happened in that boardroom?" "We want the truth," Curtis said, "however you're willing to share it." Victoria stood and walked to her window, arms crossed. Chicago stretched below her, the city her parents had immigrated to in 1968 with 2 suitcases and dreams they'd worked themselves raw to achieve. They'd wanted her to be safe, respected, welcomed. They'd believed education and hard work would open every door. "Do you know why I joined the Pinnacle Club?" she asked, not turning around. "To change it from the inside," Michael said quietly. "That's what I told myself. 5 years ago, a senior partner at my old firm sponsored me. Said the club needed to evolve, that having diverse voices on the board would push it forward. I believed him. I thought I could make a difference." She turned back to face them. "I was wrong, or maybe I was naive. You don't change institutions like that from within. They absorb you, make you complicit, turn you into a token they point to as proof they're not discriminatory." "But you walked out," Curtis noted. "I should have walked out years ago." Victoria returned to her desk, pulling files from a locked drawer. I've been documenting everything, every membership application we rejected, every discussion about club culture and maintaining standards. I knew someday it would matter. She spread documents across the conference table, meeting minutes, membership applications, internal memos. Michael recognized some names: prominent Black professionals, successful Asian entrepreneurs, accomplished Latino attorneys, all rejected. Dr. Marcus Williams, 1990, Victoria read from one file. Cardiac surgeon at Northwestern, published researcher, impeccable credentials. Board cited concerns about time commitment given his medical schedule. Translation: we don't want more Black members. She picked up another. Kenji Tanaka, 1991, CEO of a tech manufacturing company, Northwestern alum, sponsored by 2 existing members, rejected for cultural fit concerns. Translation: 2 Japanese. Elena Rodriguez, 1992, federal judge appointed by the president, sponsored by a fellow judge who'd been a member for 30 years. Board said she was too political given her position. Translation: we don't want a Latina woman who might challenge us. Michael listened, anger building with each story. These weren't just names on paper. They were people who'd achieved excellence, only to find certain doors remained locked regardless. How many? Curtis asked. In the 5 years I've been on the board, 23 qualified minority applicants rejected, compared to 7 white applicants rejected, and those were for genuine issues: financial problems, ethical violations, actual character concerns. That's a pattern, Curtis said. It's systematic discrimination dressed in neutral language, and I participated in it by staying, by thinking my presence made any difference. Victoria's voice hardened. When Tommy Rizzo brought up Michael's application, I knew immediately what was happening. I'd seen it before, but this time was different. How? Michael asked. Because you're Michael Jordan. The board couldn't hide behind quiet rejections and private decisions. Your denial would be public, scrutinized. Part of me thought maybe that would force change. The other part knew it would just reveal what had always been there. She pulled out the meeting minutes from the board session that rejected Michael. I made copies before I resigned. Everything Tommy said about your gambling, about your character, about protecting the club's reputation. And here, she highlighted a section, Harrison Blackwell's comments. Michael read aloud. We must consider the long-term implications of admitting members whose lifestyle choices might reflect poorly on the institution. Mr. Jordan, despite his achievements, represents certain risks we've historically avoided. Lifestyle choices, Curtis repeated, that's code. It's always code, Victoria confirmed. They never say what they really mean because saying it would expose them to liability. But everyone in that room understood. Tommy wanted revenge for his brother. Harrison wanted to maintain the club's traditional character. The other board members went along because that's what they've always done. Michael set down the document. Why are you willing to testify? You resigned from the club, but going public with this information, that's different. That's burning bridges across corporate Chicago. Victoria smiled without humor. I'm 45 years old, Michael. I've spent 20 years building a reputation, making partner, joining the right clubs, sitting on the right boards. And for what? So I could have a seat at tables where people tolerate me but don't respect me, where my presence is diversity theater while the real decisions happen in conversations I'm not invited to. She leaned forward, intense. My parents worked 16-hour days so I could go to good schools. They believed in the American dream, work hard, play by the rules, earn your place, and I have. But apparently my place comes with conditions. Be excellent but not threatening. Succeed but know your limits. Have opinions but don't push too hard. I'm tired of conditions. I'm tired of being the model minority who makes everyone comfortable. And I'm tired of watching institutions like the Pinnacle Club maintain segregation through policy language while pretending they're just upholding standards. Michael understood completely. He'd spent his career being called articulate, well-spoken, a credit to his race, compliments that weren't really compliments, praise that contained surprise that someone who looked like him could achieve excellence. If you testify, they'll come after you, Curtis warned. Professionally, personally. They'll call you disgruntled, claim you're violating confidentiality, paint you as having an agenda. Let them, Victoria said firmly. I have an agenda, it's called equality. She gathered the documents, organizing them into a folder she handed to Curtis. Everything's here. Meeting minutes, rejection patterns, internal communications. I'll testify to the Illinois Department of Human Rights, to the media, to whoever needs to hear it. But Michael, I need you to understand something. What? This isn't just about you getting into one club. If we do this right, we can force every private institution in Chicago, maybe in America, to examine their practices. We can shine a light on discrimination that's been hiding in plain sight for decades. But it's going to get ugly. People you thought were friends will distance themselves. Corporate sponsors might get nervous. The media will dig into everything. They're already digging, Michael said. And I've decided I'd rather control the narrative than let others write it for me. Victoria nodded approvingly. Then we do this together. You tell your story, I'll tell mine. We show the pattern, the conspiracy, the systematic exclusion, and we make it impossible for people to look away. Curtis made notes, already strategizing. We'll need other voices too. The applicants you mentioned, Williams, Tanaka, Rodriguez, if they're willing to come forward, it strengthens the case. I've already reached out, Victoria said. Dr. Williams is ready to talk. Judge Rodriguez is considering it. Tanaka moved to San Francisco, but he's interested. There are others too, people who have been rejected from clubs across Chicago, across the country. Michael's story gave them courage. Michael stood, walked to Victoria's window. The city below looked so normal, so orderly. But underneath the gleaming towers and busy streets was a complicated reality. Invisible lines that determined who belonged where, unspoken rules that governed access and opportunity. My father was denied a business loan in 1974, he said quietly. By Harrison Blackwell's father. Same family, same prejudice, 20 years apart. How many other families have similar stories? How many doors closed across generations? Thousands, Victoria answered. Tens of thousands, but most people don't have your platform to fight back. Michael turned to face her. Then we fight for them too. We don't just expose the Pinnacle Club. We start a conversation about private institutions and discrimination. We create mechanisms for others to challenge rejections. We make this about more than one night. That's ambitious, Curtis said, but his expression showed approval. Excellence should be enough, Michael said, echoing his mother's words. But since it's not, we change the system that makes it insufficient. Victoria extended her hand. I'm in, whatever you need. Michael shook it, feeling the strength in her grip. Here was someone who'd sacrificed comfort for principle, who'd walked away from privilege to stand for something larger. An ally in a fight he hadn't chosen but couldn't avoid. Tell me about the other board members, Michael said. The ones who voted with Tommy and Harrison. What motivated them? Victoria pulled out her notes. Robert Hutchinson, the banker, he's old guard, votes however Harrison wants. Probably doesn't think of himself as racist, but he's comfortable with how things have always been. Patricia Morrison, the art gallery owner, she's conflicted. I think she knew the rejection was wrong, but she valued her position more than her principles. And the ones who voted no. Judge James Worthington abstained, which was cowardly but better than voting yes. Catherine Klein and David Park voted against the rejection. Catherine's husband is black, so she understands the dynamics. David's Korean American, been fighting these battles his whole life. They're good people trapped in a bad institution. Did any of them resign after you did? Victoria smiled. 3 of them. Quietly, no public statements, but they left. They knew what had happened was wrong and couldn't stomach being associated with it. Curtis looked up from his notes. That's useful. Shows internal dissent, proves this wasn't unanimous. They spent another hour discussing strategy, timelines, potential witnesses. Victoria provided contact information for other rejected applicants, suggestions for civil rights attorneys who specialized in discrimination cases, insights into the Pinnacle Club's vulnerabilities. As Michael and Curtis prepared to leave, Victoria stopped them at the door. "Michael, can I ask you something personal?" "Go ahead." "How do you do it? Carry all of this, the expectations, the representation, the weight of being a symbol, and still just play basketball?" Michael was quiet for a moment, considering. Basketball is the easy part. It's the only place where the rules are clear, success is measurable, and excellence actually is enough. Everything else, he shrugged. "I'm still figuring it out." "That's honest." "It's exhausting is what it is. But my parents didn't raise me to quit when things get hard, so we keep going." Victoria watched them leave, then returned to her window. She'd taken a risk meeting with Jordan, providing confidential board documents, agreeing to testify. Her phone would start ringing soon, colleagues warning her, clients expressing concern, board members from other organizations questioning her judgment. But for the first time in 5 years, she felt clean. Like she'd stopped compromising pieces of herself to fit into spaces that didn't really want her anyway. Her assistant buzzed through. "Ms. Chen, Sam Smith from the Tribune is on line 2, says it's urgent." Victoria smiled. "Let it begin, put him through." The flight to North Carolina was Michael's idea. Curtis had suggested a conference call. David Falk had recommended waiting until after they'd finalized legal strategy, but Michael needed to have this conversation in person. Some things couldn't be handled over the phone. He landed at Wilmington International Airport Wednesday evening, renting a car instead of arranging a driver. He wanted the time alone, the familiar drive through neighborhoods that had shaped him. Past Laney High School, where he'd been cut from varsity. Past the courts where he'd played pickup games until streetlights forced everyone home. Past the houses of friends and rivals, teachers and coaches, all the people who'd watched him become something they'd never imagined. His parents' house on Gordon Road looked smaller than he remembered, the way childhood places always did. The oak tree in the front yard had grown taller. The driveway where he and Larry had battled one-on-one showed its age, cracks spreading through the concrete like veins. James Jordan's pickup truck sat in the driveway, a newer model but still a truck, practical, unpretentious. Michael smiled. His father had never cared about status symbols, even after Michael's success had made luxury accessible. James drove a truck because trucks were useful. Dolores opened the door before Michael could knock, pulling him into a hug that smelled like home. Her perfume mixed with whatever she'd been cooking, the scent of safety and unconditional love. "Baby, you should have told us you were coming. I would have made your favorites." "I didn't want you fussing, Mama." Michael kissed her cheek, stepping inside to find James rising from his recliner. His father looked older than Michael wanted to acknowledge. 60 years old now, his hair completely gray, shoulders slightly stooped from decades of physical labor. But his handshake was still firm, his eyes still sharp. "Son." That one word carried everything: pride, concern, understanding. They sat in the living room Michael knew by heart. The couch where he'd watched countless Bulls games with his family. The mantle displaying photographs spanning decades, Baby pictures, graduation photos, championship celebrations. A life documented in moments frozen behind glass. Dolores brought sweet tea without asking, knowing Michael would want it. She settled on the couch beside James, their bodies automatically finding the comfortable proximity of nearly 40 years together. "You flew all the way here," James said. "Must be serious." Michael set down his glass. "I found out everything, Pop. About the loan application, about Harrison Blackwell's father, about what really happened in 1974. James nodded slowly, unsurprised. "Curtis's investigator." "How'd you know?" "Because I would have done the same thing if I'd had the resources. When someone shuts a door in your face, you want to know why." Michael pulled out copies of the documents Curtis had given him, the loan application, the handwritten memo, the discrimination complaint that went nowhere. He spread them across the coffee table like evidence in a trial. "Harrison Blackwell Sr. wrote that you were qualified but recommended denial anyway. He said admitting you as a contractor might disrupt established partnerships and impact neighborhood dynamics. That's discrimination, Pop. Clear as day." James picked up the memo, reading words he'd probably imagined but never seen confirmed. His jaw tightened, but his voice remained steady. "I figured as much. Man looks you in the eye and tells you your credit's good, your plan's solid, then denies you without explanation. You know what happened. Knowing it and proving it are different things." "The Banking Commission investigated," Michael pressed. "You filed a complaint. What did they tell you?" James set down the paper carefully. "They told me the bank had exercised reasonable business judgment. That loan denials weren't automatically discriminatory. That I'd need to prove intentional bias, which was nearly impossible without someone from inside the bank willing to testify." "And no one would testify?" "Of course not. Harrison Blackwell Sr. was connected, banking board, city council, charitable foundations. Who's going to risk their career to help some black maintenance worker from North Carolina?" Dolores reached over and took James's hand. Michael saw the gesture for what it was, 40 years of supporting each other through disappointments neither of them had chosen. "Pop, I'm going to use this. In my press conference, in the legal complaints, I'm going to show people that the Blackwell family has been doing this for generations." James looked up sharply. "Michael, no." "What, why not?" "Because that's my story to tell, not yours, and I don't want it told." Michael felt frustration rising. "Don't you want people to know what they did to you? Don't you want justice?" "Justice?" James's voice hardened. "Son, what does justice look like to you? Me getting an apology from a man who's been dead for 15 years? A check for the business I never started? Validation that yes, I was wronged?" "It's about accountability. It's about showing the pattern. It's about you needing to make sense of what happened to you by connecting it to what happened to me." James stood, walking to the mantel where photographs chronicled the Jordan family's journey. "Michael, I made peace with 1974 a long time ago. I had to, or it would have eaten me alive." "How?" Michael's voice broke slightly. "How do you make peace with someone stealing your dream?" James turned, his expression softening. "Come with me." He led Michael out to the garage, flipping on fluorescent lights that illuminated a workspace Michael had spent countless hours in as a kid. Tools hung on pegboards, organized with the precision James applied to everything. A workbench held various projects in different stages of completion, furniture being refinished, a clock being repaired, hobbies that kept his hands busy. But James walked past all of it to a corner where a framed certificate hung on the wall. Michael stepped closer, reading. "James Raymond, Jordan General Electric Leadership Award in recognition of 25 years of outstanding service 1995. Below it hung photographs, James with his work crews, James shaking hands with plant executives, James receiving safety awards and efficiency commendations. After the loan got denied, after the complaint went nowhere, I had a choice, James said quietly. I could spend my life bitter about what I didn't get, or I could invest in what I had. I chose to be the best at my job. I mentored young workers coming up. I implemented safety protocols that saved lives. I turned a maintenance position into something that mattered. He picked up another photograph, this one showing James surrounded by a diverse group of workers at a retirement party. When I retired last year, 37 people showed up. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, didn't matter. They came because I'd helped them, taught them, stood up for them when management tried to push them around. That's not the same as having your own business, Michael said. No, it's not. But Michael, listen to me. That loan denial was the worst thing and the best thing that ever happened to me. How can you say that? Because if I'd gotten that business, I would have stayed in Chicago, worked 16-hour days trying to make it successful, been so focused on building something that I might have missed everything else. James set down the photograph. I would have missed coaching your little league team, missed watching you and Larry play one-on-one, missed being present for the moment you fell in love with basketball. He turned to face Michael fully. I would have built a construction company. Maybe it would have succeeded, maybe failed. But I definitely would have sacrificed time with my family to do it. And years later, I would have wondered if it was worth it. Michael felt tears stinging his eyes. You're saying the racism was okay because it kept you close to family. No, the racism was wrong. What they did was wrong. But I'm saying I found meaning anyway. I built a different kind of legacy. 5 children who all graduated college, a marriage that's lasted 40 years, a community that respected me. That's worth something. It should have been both. You should have had your business and your family. Maybe, probably. But that's not the world we lived in, Mike. I could have spent 40 years angry about what I didn't have, or I could have invested in what I did. I chose the second path because I had children watching me, learning from how I handled disappointment. James walked back to the workbench, running his hand along the smooth wood. When you got cut from varsity sophomore year, remember what I told you. You said being told no just meant I had to find a different way to yes. That's right, and you did. You got better, worked harder, made them regret cutting you. But Michael, you've spent your whole life proving people wrong. Maybe it's time to stop letting other people's opinions define your journey. Michael sat on a work stool processing. The Pinnacle Club, what they did, it's wrong, Pop. They need to face consequences. I agree, but consequences don't have to come from exposing my story. Let me ask you something. If you tell the world about my loan denial, who does that help? It shows the pattern. It proves this isn't isolated. It also makes me a victim in your narrative. And son, I've never been your victim. I've been your father, your supporter, your foundation. Don't turn me into evidence in a case I never asked to be part of. The words hit Michael hard. He'd been so focused on building the strongest argument against the Pinnacle Club that he hadn't considered his father's autonomy, his right to keep private pain private. I didn't think about it that way. I know you didn't. You're trying to fight for everyone who's been wronged, carry every burden. But Michael, you can't save the world. You can only live your truth and hope it inspires others to live theirs. Dolores appeared in the garage doorway. You two almost done. Dinner's getting cold. We're done, James said, but his eyes stayed on Michael. Are we done? Michael stood, embracing his father. I won't use your story without permission, but Pop, would you at least consider it? Not for me, for everyone else facing the same thing. James held his son tight. "Let me think about it. And Michael, whatever you decide to do about the Pinnacle Club, make sure it's for the right reasons. Not anger, not revenge, but because you genuinely believe it'll create positive change." They walked back inside where Dolores had set the table: fried chicken, collard greens, cornbread, macaroni and cheese. Comfort food that tasted like childhood, like simpler times when Michael's biggest concern was whether he'd get picked first for playground basketball. Over dinner, they talked about safer topics: Larry's new job, Michael's nieces and nephews, Dolores's church activities. But underneath the casual conversation, Michael felt the weight of decisions that would ripple far beyond this modest house on Gordon Road. After dinner, Michael helped his mother wash dishes while James dozed in his recliner, the television playing softly. Dolores worked in comfortable silence for a while before speaking. "Your father's pride won't let him say this, but I will. What happened in 1974 broke something in him. Not permanently, but it took years to heal. He blamed himself, thought maybe he hadn't been qualified enough, professional enough, good enough. But the memo proves what we already knew, but knowing and feeling are different things. James spent years wondering if he'd somehow caused his own rejection. That's what discrimination does, baby. It makes you question yourself even when the problem isn't you." She handed Michael a plate to dry. "If you want to fight the Pinnacle Club, fight them, but do it for your own reasons. Don't carry your father's pain as ammunition. He's made peace with his past. Let him keep that peace." Michael dried the plate carefully, thinking about all the weight his parents had carried so he wouldn't have to. The discrimination they'd faced without complaint, the opportunities they'd been denied without becoming bitter, the dignity they'd maintained when others tried to strip it away. "Mama, how do you do it? How do you stay so strong?" Dolores smiled, a knowing expression that contained decades of wisdom. "Baby, strength isn't about never falling down. It's about getting back up every single time. Your father got knocked down in 1974. He got back up, and he taught you to do the same. But some fights are worth having. Some are, the trick is knowing which ones." She dried her hands, turning to face him fully. "Michael, you're about to step into something big. Once you hold that press conference, once you expose everything, there's no going back. Make sure you're ready for what comes next." "I am." "Are you?" Because this isn't just about basketball anymore. This is about standing up against systems that have existed for hundreds of years. Systems that won't change without a fight. And fights are exhausting, even when you win. Michael looked at his mother, this woman who'd worked 2 jobs to help pay for college, who'd taught him to read before kindergarten, who'd stood in countless gymnasiums cheering for him while exhausted from her own day's labor. "You're saying I should walk away. I'm saying you should go into this with clear eyes. Fight if you must, but know the cost. And Michael, whatever you decide, your father and I are behind you, always." Later that night, Michael lay in his childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling he'd memorized as a teenager. Posters of Dr. J and Magic Johnson had been replaced by paint, but the room still felt like his, the place where he dreamed impossible dreams that somehow became reality. His phone buzzed. A text from Curtis. "Media's asking for timeline on press conference. Need decision by tomorrow." Michael stared at the message, his father's words echoing. "Make sure it's for the right reasons." What were his reasons? Anger at being rejected. Desire for revenge against people who'd wronged his family. Need to prove he couldn't be kept out of anywhere. Or was it something larger? A genuine belief that exposing the Pinnacle Club's discrimination could create change for others who didn't have his platform. He thought about Victoria Chen, willing to sacrifice her position for principle. About Dr. Williams and Judge Rodriguez and all the others who'd been told they weren't good enough when they were more than qualified. About his father, carrying a rejection for 40 years without becoming bitter. Michael picked up his phone and called Curtis. "I'm ready to schedule the press conference, but we do it my way, on my terms. I tell my story, not my father's. This is about what happened to me and what needs to change going forward." "You sure?" "I'm sure. My father taught me that some battles you win by refusing to fight on someone else's terms. Well, this is my battle, my terms. Let's show them what that looks like." He hung up and closed his eyes, finally feeling clear about the path forward. Not revenge, not anger, but justice, messy, complicated, necessary justice. Outside, North Carolina night sounds filtered through his window, crickets and distant traffic, the ordinary soundtrack of home. Tomorrow he'd fly back to Chicago and step into the storm. But tonight, he was just Michael, sleeping in his childhood bed, protected for one more night by parents who'd given him everything that mattered. The glass and steel tower housing Falk and Associates dominated a corner of Washington, D.C.'s business district. 23 floors of aggressive deal-making wrapped in modern architecture. David Falk had built his agency from nothing, revolutionizing athlete representation by understanding that sports stars weren't just players. They were brands, businesses, cultural forces. Michael arrived Thursday morning with Curtis, taking the private elevator to the top floor where Falk's corner office commanded views of the Capitol. The walls displayed evidence of David's empire, signed jerseys from clients, framed magazine covers, photographs with presidents and CEOs. This was where power operated, where million-dollar decisions happened over handshakes. David Falk stood when they entered, his suit expensive but not flashy, his handshake firm. At 44, he'd already reshaped the sports industry, and his eyes held the calculating intelligence of someone always thinking 3 moves ahead. "Michael, Curtis, thanks for coming down." David gestured to a conference table where 3 attorneys already sat with legal pads and briefcases. "This is Sarah Morrison, Constitutional Law, Robert Chen, Civil Rights Litigation, and Jennifer Williams, Media and Reputation Management." Michael shook hands with each, recognizing the setup. This wasn't just a meeting, it was a war council. David opened a thick binder. "I've spent the last 3 days analyzing every angle of this situation. I've consulted with 14 different attorneys, spoken with civil rights organizations, talked to corporate partners, and reviewed similar cases from the past 40 years. Bottom line, we have options, but every option has consequences." He clicked a remote, and a projection screen descended from the ceiling. The first slide showed 3 paths laid out in bullet points. Option 1, full legal action. David's voice took on the cadence of a practice presentation. "We file a federal discrimination lawsuit against the Pinnacle Club under the Civil Rights Act. We seek damages, injunctive relief, and policy changes. We make this a landmark case that forces private clubs across America to examine their practices." Sarah Morrison leaned forward. "The legal framework is solid. Private clubs aren't completely exempt from discrimination laws, especially when they operate as business establishments. We can argue that the Pinnacle Club engages in commercial activity through corporate events and business dinners, which brings them under federal jurisdiction." "What's the downside?" Michael asked. Robert Chen fielded this one. "Discovery. The club's attorneys will subpoena everything, every casino visit, every dollar you've gambled, every poker game, golf bet, Atlantic City weekend. They'll interview people you've played with, request financial records, dig into the Anthony Rizzo situation. Their defense will be that your gambling represents legitimate character concerns, not racial discrimination." "They'll make it ugly," Jennifer Williams added. "The tabloids will run daily stories about Michael's secret gambling life. Every talk show will debate whether you have a problem, Your endorsement partners will get nervous. David advanced to the next slide showing corporate logos. I've had preliminary conversations with Nike, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and Gatorade. They're all supportive in principle, but nervous about prolonged negative publicity. Nike's solid, they're ride or die with you. But the others? A messy legal battle where gambling becomes the daily headline could trigger morality clauses in your contracts. Morality clauses, Curtis's voice sharpened. Standard language that allows companies to terminate if an athlete's behavior creates negative publicity that materially impacts the brand. Jennifer pulled out contract excerpts. These were written to cover criminal activity or scandals, but they're deliberately vague. A company scared of bad press could theoretically invoke them. Michael felt the trap closing. Fight for what's right, risk millions in endorsements. What's option 2? He asked. David clicked to the next slide. Option 2, public campaign without litigation. We hold a press conference, tell your story, expose the discrimination, but don't file a lawsuit. We work with civil rights organizations to put pressure on the Pinnacle Club and similar institutions. We create a foundation to help others fight discrimination. We change hearts and minds through publicity, rather than legal action. That's less risky financially, Curtis observed. But less effective legally, Robert countered. Public pressure might force the Pinnacle Club to reform, or it might just make them dig in deeper. Without legal consequences, they could ride out the storm and return to business as usual once media attention fades. However, Sarah added, this approach lets you control the narrative. You frame it as a crusade for justice rather than a legal battle over gambling. You stay in the role of civil rights advocate rather than plaintiff with potentially embarrassing habits. David advanced to the final slide. Option 3, strategic silence. We issue a brief statement expressing disappointment, then move on. You focus on basketball, let the controversy fade, protect your brand. The Pinnacle Club faces some bad publicity but ultimately survives. Nothing changes systemically, but your endorsements stay intact and your reputation remains untarnished. The room fell silent. Michael stared at the 3 options, each representing a different version of who he could be: crusader, advocate, or pragmatist. You're recommending option 3, Michael said flatly. I'm recommending you understand the full picture before deciding. David's voice was careful, measured. Michael, you're at the peak of your career. 3 championships, global icon, earning potential that's unprecedented for an athlete. A prolonged legal battle or publicity campaign risks all of that. For what? Jennifer pressed gently. The satisfaction of punishing one club, the vindication of being proven right. Is that worth potentially tens of millions of dollars? Curtis bristled. This isn't about money, it's about principle. Principles don't pay mortgages, Jennifer shot back. I'm not being callous, I'm being practical. Michael has built something extraordinary. My job is protecting that. Michael stood and walked to the window, looking down at Washington's orderly streets. Somewhere down there, people fought daily battles against discrimination without cameras, without attorneys, without multi-million-dollar safety nets. They fought because they had to, because staying silent meant accepting that things would never change. Show me the letters, Michael said quietly. David hesitated. Michael. The letters Curtis mentioned, from people who have faced similar discrimination. I want to see them. Curtis opened his briefcase, pulling out a manila folder he'd been carrying since Chicago. He spread letters across the conference table, dozens of them, some typed, some handwritten, all telling variations of the same story. Michael picked up one written in careful script. Dear Mr. Jordan, I'm a pediatric surgeon in Atlanta. Last year I was rejected from Peachtree Country Club despite having more credentials than white doctors who were accepted. I didn't fight it because I couldn't afford attorneys and didn't want to risk my reputation. Watching your situation made me realize I should have fought. Please don't let them silence you. My daughter needs to see that standing up matters. Dr. Pamela Richardson. He picked up another, this one from a teenager in Detroit. Mr. Jordan, you're my hero. I work hard in school, get good grades, do everything right. But seeing you get rejected from that club made me realize it might not matter. If they can do this to you, what chance do I have? Please show me I'm wrong. Marcus, age 14. Michael read letter after letter, lawyers, teachers, business owners, students. Each one representing someone who'd faced closed doors, who'd been told their excellence wasn't enough, who'd watched Michael's rejection and seen their own struggles reflected. He set down the letters and turned to face the room. How many letters are there? Over 3,000, Curtis said quietly. That's just the first week. They're still coming in. David's expression softened. Michael, I understand the emotional pull, but emotion can't drive business decisions of this magnitude. This isn't business, David. This is my life, my legacy, and I need to be able to look at myself in the mirror. You can look in the mirror as the greatest basketball player who ever lived, Jennifer said. That's legacy enough. Is it? Michael challenged. Muhammad Ali could have just been a boxer. Instead, he sacrificed his prime years standing against the Vietnam War. Jackie Robinson could have just played baseball quietly. Instead, he endured death threats to integrate the sport. They're remembered as much for their courage as their athletic achievements. They also paid enormous personal costs, David countered. Ali lost 3 years of his career. Robinson's health suffered from the stress. I'm trying to protect you from similar costs. Maybe some costs are worth paying. Sarah Morrison spoke up, her voice thoughtful. There's a fourth option we haven't discussed, a hybrid approach. File the discrimination complaint with the Illinois Department of Human Rights, which is less invasive than federal court. Hold a press conference to control the message. Establish your foundation, but reserve the right to escalate to federal litigation if the state process fails. That's the worst of both worlds, Jennifer argued. It keeps the story alive without forcing quick resolution. Or it's the best of both worlds, Robert countered. It shows Michael is serious about change while minimizing immediate financial risk. The state investigation will take months, during which time public pressure builds. The Pinnacle Club either reforms or faces escalated legal action. David considered this, his strategic mind working through permutations. The hybrid approach gives us flexibility. We can assess how corporate partners respond before committing to full litigation. In other words, Michael said, we can back down if it gets too expensive. We can be strategic, David corrected. Michael, I've represented you for 10 years. I've never steered you wrong. I'm not asking you to be silent. I'm asking you to be smart. Michael returned to the table, sitting down heavily. What would you do, David, if it was you instead of me? David met his eyes. Honestly, I'd probably take option 3. I'd protect what I'd built, focus on winning more championships and let this fade. But I'm not you. I haven't spent my life breaking barriers and proving people wrong. I haven't been told no 1,000 times and turned each rejection into fuel for achievement. He leaned forward. Here's what I know about you, Michael. You don't do anything halfway. If you decide to fight this, you'll fight with everything you have. And that means being prepared for everything they'll throw at you. Every casino photograph, every dollar lost at poker, every moment they can twist into ammunition. Are you ready for that? Michael thought about his father, carrying 40 years of rejection without becoming bitter. About his mother, working double shifts to fund his dreams. About the 3,000 letters from people who needed to see him fight. I'm ready. But we do it the smart way. State complaint first, press conference to frame the narrative, foundation to create lasting impact. We reserve federal litigation as a last resort but make clear we're willing to go there. And the gambling, Jennifer pressed. When reporters ask when the club's attorneys start digging, what's your response? The truth, I'm competitive. I gamble on golf, cards, personal wagers. It's all legal, all between consenting adults with money to spare. If that makes me imperfect, fine. Imperfect people deserve dignity too. Curtis nodded approvingly. David made notes, already shifting into implementation mode. The attorneys began discussing timelines and filing procedures. One more thing, Michael said. The foundation I'm establishing, I want it funded properly. Not just seed money, but a real commitment. $5 million to start. Legal support for discrimination cases, education programs, research on exclusion in private institutions. David's eyebrows rose. $5 million is significant. So is what we're trying to accomplish. If I'm asking people to believe in this cause, I need to show I'm invested personally, not just rhetorically. Nike might match that, David mused. They've been looking for ways to demonstrate corporate commitment to social justice. A joint foundation with you as the face could work for everyone. Then make it happen. They worked through the afternoon, crafting statements, planning logistics, discussing every angle. By evening, they had a framework, press conference scheduled for Tuesday at the United Center, discrimination complaint to be filed Monday with the Illinois Department of Human Rights, foundation announcement to coincide with the press conference. As the meeting concluded, Sarah Morrison pulled Michael aside. I need you to understand something. The legal route, even the state complaint, means depositions, interrogatories, document production. Your privacy will be invaded. Your habits will be scrutinized. It won't be pleasant. I understand. Do you? Because I've worked civil rights cases for 15 years. The people we fight don't just defend their actions. They try to destroy the plaintiff's credibility. They'll find every mistake you've made, every questionable decision, every moment of imperfection, and they'll use it all to argue you deserved rejection. Michael met her gaze steadily. Then they'll find out I'm human, flawed, imperfect, but deserving of dignity anyway. Maybe that's an important message too. Sarah smiled, impressed. You might actually be ready for this. Curtis and Michael caught the late flight back to Chicago, the cabin dark except for reading lights and glowing screens. Most passengers slept or worked quietly, unaware that the man in seat 2A was about to step into national controversy. You sure about the $5 million? Curtis asked quietly. You think it's too much? I think it's exactly right. Shows you're serious, not just seeking attention. But Michael, that's real money. You're locking it up for a cause that might not succeed. Then I'll have tried. That's worth something. Curtis was quiet for a moment. Your father would be proud, is proud. I hope so. I'm not using his story like he asked, but I'm still using mine. Hope that's enough. It will be, because it's authentic. That's what people respond to, not perfect heroes, but real people trying to do the right thing despite the costs. Michael leaned back, exhaustion finally catching up. In 4 days, everything had changed. He'd gone from celebrating a championship to planning a civil rights campaign, from basketball icon to social justice advocate. The transition felt both natural and terrifying. His phone buzzed, a text from Magic Johnson. Heard you're going public Tuesday. Proud of you, brother. Don't let them make you smaller than you are. Then Charles Barkley, about damn time. Show them what real courage looks like. Then Larry Bird. Don't know all the details, but I know you. Whatever you decide is the right call. Good luck. Messages from teammates, opponents, friends across the sports world. All offering support, all understanding that what happened next would define Michael as more than just a basketball player. The plane descended into Chicago, the city's lights spreading below like a galaxy contained on Earth. Somewhere down there, the Pinnacle Club sat behind its bronze doors, its board members probably sleeping peacefully, unaware that Michael Jordan had decided to fight back with everything he had. Let them sleep, Michael thought. Tuesday would come soon enough. The United Center media room filled with journalists by 9:00 a.m. Tuesday, 2 hours before the scheduled press conference. Every major outlet had sent reporters: ESPN, CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, The New York Times, Washington Post, USA Today, Chicago Tribune, Sun-Times. International media too: BBC, Reuters, broadcasters from Japan, Germany, France. Michael Jordan announcing he would address the Pinnacle Club situation had become global news. Curtis surveyed the room from backstage, counting seats. 217 media credentials issued. Another 50 waiting outside, hoping for access. Michael stood in a small preparation room, adjusting his tie in the mirror. He wore a charcoal suit, not Bulls gear, not Nike swoosh, just himself. David Falk had flown in that morning, final strategizing over breakfast. Victoria Chen waited in the front row, ready to provide her testimony. Dr. Marcus Williams, the cardiac surgeon rejected from a club in Atlanta, sat beside her. Judge Elena Rodriguez had flown in from Boston. 5 minutes, a production assistant called through the door. Michael's hands were steady. He'd performed under pressure his entire life. Championship games, Olympic finals, moments where everything hung in the balance. But those were basketball. This was different. This was stepping into territory where excellence on the court meant nothing, where his words and choices would be dissected and judged by different standards. His phone buzzed. A text from his father: "Remember why you're doing this. Not anger, not revenge. Change." Another from Dolores: "We're watching from home. Love you, baby, be brave." One from Larry: "Show them who the Jordans are." Michael pocketed the phone and walked toward the stage entrance. Curtis fell in beside him, a reassuring presence. "You've got this," Curtis said simply. "I know." The room quieted as Michael emerged, cameras flashing in a strobe effect that would have been disorienting if he wasn't used to constant scrutiny. He walked to the podium, the Bulls logo behind him, Chicago's skyline visible through windows behind the press corps. He took a breath, looked directly into the cameras, and began. "Thank you all for coming. I'm here to discuss what happened on June 24th when I was denied entry to the Pinnacle Club despite having a confirmed reservation. I'm also here to discuss what that incident represents, not just for me, but for countless Americans who face discrimination that hides behind policy language and institutional tradition." The room was silent except for camera shutters and typing fingers. "I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina, in a family that taught me 3 things: work hard, be excellent, and dignity matters more than approval. My parents, James and Dolores Jordan, worked multiple jobs to give their children opportunities they never had. They taught us that if we were twice as good, we'd get half as far, but that we should pursue excellence anyway because it defined who we were, not what others thought of us." Michael paused, collecting his thoughts. "I've spent my entire career proving I belonged. In high school when I was cut from varsity. In college when people doubted I could lead Carolina to a championship. In the NBA when critics said I couldn't win without help. Every time someone closed a door, I found a way to kick it open through hard work and dedication. That's the American story I believed in. Merit matters. Excellence prevails." His voice hardened slightly. "But on June 24th, I learned that sometimes excellence isn't enough. Sometimes your 3 championship rings, your Olympic gold medals, your business success, your charitable work, none of it matters if the people controlling access decide you don't belong." He detailed the evening, the confirmed reservation, Richard Cosgrove's apologetic denial, the crowd gathering, the humiliation of being rejected in his own city. He spoke without anger, just factual recitation of events that spoke for themselves. Initially, I was confused. Then I was angry. But as I investigated what happened, I discovered something more troubling than one night's rejection. I discovered a pattern. Michael nodded to Curtis, who distributed folders to the press corps containing Victoria Chen's documentation, the meeting minutes, the rejection patterns. The 23 qualified minority applicants denied membership, while less qualified white applicants were accepted. The Pinnacle Club didn't reject me spontaneously. A board meeting 2 days prior specifically discussed my application. Board member Thomas Rizzo presented what he called concerns about my gambling habits. But those concerns were pretense for something deeper. He explained Anthony Rizzo's bankruptcy, the lawsuit, the settlement, Tommy Rizzo's vendetta. He detailed Harrison Blackwell's resentment over lost Nike business, the family's history of using business justifications to mask racial bias. He connected dots that painted a picture of conspiracy, two powerful men using their board positions to exact revenge and remind Michael of his place. But here's what's most important. This isn't really about me. I'll be fine. I have resources, platform, support. What concerns me are the thousands of qualified professionals who face similar rejections without recourse. Dr. Marcus Williams, a pediatric cardiac surgeon, rejected from Peachtree Country Club despite impeccable credentials. Judge Elena Rodriguez, a federal judge, rejected from a Boston institution for being too political. Countless others who have achieved excellence only to discover certain doors remain closed regardless. Michael's voice grew stronger, more passionate. I'm not here seeking admission to the Pinnacle Club. I don't want to be somewhere I'm not welcome. But I am here to say that private institutions that function as business establishments have responsibilities under civil rights law. And I am here to announce specific actions. He outlined his plans. The Illinois Department of Human Rights complaint filed that morning. The Jordan Equal Access Foundation launching with $5 million of his own money. Partnerships with civil rights organizations to provide legal support for others facing discrimination. Some people will say this is about political correctness or forcing clubs to accept members they don't want. But that fundamentally misunderstands what's at stake. This is about whether excellence matters, whether hard work and achievement can overcome prejudice, whether America lives up to its promise that opportunity exists for everyone willing to earn it. Michael looked directly into the cameras, knowing millions were watching. I've been called articulate, well-spoken, a credit to my race, compliments that aren't really compliments because they express surprise that someone who looks like me can achieve at high levels. I've been told I transcend race, which sounds positive until you realize it means I'm acceptable because I don't make white people uncomfortable. But the truth is, I don't transcend race. I'm a black man in America, and that means navigating spaces where my presence is tolerated but not welcomed, where my achievements are celebrated but my humanity is questioned. His voice dropped, more intimate. I've made mistakes. I'm competitive to a fault. I gamble on golf and cards because I need to compete at everything. Those are my flaws, my imperfections. But my imperfections don't justify discrimination. Being human doesn't make me unworthy of dignity. The room remained silent, everyone absorbed in his words. I'm announcing today that I'm donating $5 million to establish the Jordan Equal Access Foundation. This foundation will provide legal representation for individuals facing discrimination at private clubs and institutions. It will fund research into exclusionary practices. It will create educational programs teaching young people that they deserve access to spaces their qualifications earn them. And it will work with institutions willing to reform their practices to become truly inclusive. Michael paused, then continued. Nike Corporation has agreed to match my $5 million contribution. Together, we're committing $10 million to this cause. Because this matters. Because change requires investment, not just rhetoric. The press corps stirred, impressed by the financial commitment. Finally, I want to address something directly. People will ask why I'm doing this now. Why risk controversy when my career is at its peak? Why jeopardize endorsements and reputation to fight one club's decision? The answer is simple: because I can. Because I have a platform most people don't. Because staying silent would be using my privilege to avoid difficult conversations that need to happen. Michael's voice grew emotional, the controlled delivery cracking slightly. My parents sacrificed so much to give me opportunities. They worked jobs that exhausted them, lived in neighborhoods they could barely afford, invested everything in their children's futures. They did that believing America would reward merit, that excellence would open doors. I owe it to them, and to everyone else fighting similar battles, to prove that belief wasn't naive. To show that the doors can open, but only if we're willing to push. He gripped the podium, composing himself. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm one of the most fortunate people on earth. But fortune doesn't erase discrimination. Success doesn't eliminate racism. And silence doesn't create change. So I'm choosing to speak, to fight, to invest in making institutions better. Not for me, for everyone who comes after. Michael stepped back slightly, signaling he'd finished his prepared remarks. I'll take a few questions now. Hands shot up across the room. Michael pointed to Sam Smith from the Chicago Tribune. Michael, how do you respond to criticism that you're making this about race when the Pinnacle Club says it's about gambling concerns? I respond by asking, if gambling was truly the concern, why are white members with documented gambling issues still welcomed? Why are executives who lose millions at Vegas casinos considered acceptable while my golf course wagers disqualify me? The selective application of standards reveals the real motivation. He pointed to a reporter from ESPN. Do you think this will hurt your brand, your endorsement deals? If standing up for what's right hurts my brand, then I've been selling the wrong thing all along. I'd rather be known as someone who fought for justice than someone who stayed silent to protect commercial interests. But I don't think it will hurt. I think Americans respect courage more than comfort. A New York Times reporter. What do you say to people who argue private clubs have the right to admit whoever they want? I say private clubs have rights, but not unlimited rights. When clubs function as business establishments, hosting corporate events, offering networking opportunities that impact professional advancement, they have responsibilities under civil rights law. The question is whether we'll enforce those laws or allow discrimination to continue hiding behind the word private. A reporter from CNN. Do you regret the gambling that gave them an excuse to reject you? Michael paused, considering his answer carefully. I regret that in 1993 I still have to be perfect to be treated fairly. I regret that my imperfections become justifications for discrimination while white people's imperfections are overlooked. Do I wish I gambled less? Sometimes. But I won't apologize for being competitive, for finding ways to challenge myself. That's who I am, and who I am should be enough. The room fell silent after that answer, its honesty disarming. Victoria Chen approached the microphone, invited by Michael. She spoke about her experience on the Pinnacle Club board, the pattern of rejections, the coded language that masked discrimination. She provided specific examples, named names, offered to testify formally. Dr. Marcus Williams followed, describing his rejection from Peachtree Country Club despite being one of Atlanta's leading pediatric surgeons. His voice shook with emotion as he explained, telling his daughter that sometimes excellence isn't enough, a conversation no parent should have to have. Judge Elena Rodriguez spoke about the paradox of presiding over justice while being denied it, about interpreting civil rights law in her courtroom while experiencing discrimination in her personal life. The testimonies continued for 90 minutes, each one adding weight to Michael's central argument. This wasn't isolated, wasn't about individual complaints, but about systematic exclusion that persisted despite laws designed to prevent it. When the press conference finally concluded, Michael felt drained but clear. He'd said what needed saying, framed the issue properly, demonstrated seriousness through financial commitment. Now the response would come, from media, from corporations, from the Pinnacle Club, from Americans watching and forming opinions. Curtis guided him through the backstage area where staff and supporters waited. Victoria hugged him, tears in her eyes. Dr. Williams shook his hand firmly, gratitude evident. David Falk watched from the corner, his expression unreadable, either impressed or concerned, possibly both. "That was either the bravest thing you've ever done or the most expensive," David said quietly. "Maybe both," Michael echoed Curtis's earlier words. His phone exploded with messages, supportive, critical, everything in between. "Magic Johnson, that's how you do it. Proud of you." "Charles Barkley, you just changed the game." "Larry Bird, respect." But also messages from people he'd never heard from, corporate partners expressing concern, club members from other institutions defending private association rights, critics arguing he was playing the race card. The backlash would be significant. Michael understood that. Some fans would turn on him. Some endorsements might wobble. Conservative commentators would accuse him of being divisive. The easy path would have been silence. But watching the press conference replay on the monitor, seeing his own face as he spoke about dignity and excellence and doors that stayed closed, Michael felt something he hadn't experienced in the 2 weeks since being rejected from the Pinnacle Club. He felt free. Free from the exhausting performance of transcending race, from the burden of making white people comfortable, from the expectation that he should be grateful for what he'd achieved rather than demanding what he'd earned. He told the truth, complicated, imperfect, human truth. And whatever came next, at least it would be honest. Curtis put a hand on his shoulder, ready to face what's coming. Michael watched himself on screen delivering the closing lines. "I'm choosing to speak, to fight, to invest in making institutions better. Not for me, for everyone who comes after." "Yeah," he said, "I'm ready." Outside the United Center, protesters who'd gathered to support him cheered as news of the press conference spread. Jesse Jackson stood among them, telling reporters this was a watershed moment for civil rights. NAACP representatives announced they'd join Michael's fight, pledging resources and support. But across town at the Pinnacle Club, Harrison Blackwell watched the press conference in his office, his face growing redder with each passing minute. Tommy Rizzo sat beside him, realizing their carefully controlled rejection had exploded into national controversy they couldn't contain. The doors were about to shake on their hinges, and Michael Jordan had just become the person pushing. The first 24 hours after Michael's press conference felt like standing in the eye of a hurricane, calm at the center while chaos swirled around the edges. Curtis monitored media coverage from his office, watching the story dominate every news cycle, every talk show, every radio program across America. By Wednesday morning, the response had fractured along predictable lines. ESPN dedicated 3 consecutive hours to the story. Stephen A. Smith, who wouldn't join the network for another decade but was already making waves as a Philadelphia Inquirer columnist, wrote a piece calling Michael's stand the most significant moment in sports activism since Muhammad Ali refused induction. But Fox News ran segments questioning whether Michael was playing the race card to deflect from gambling problems. Rush Limbaugh devoted his radio show to attacking what he called wealthy athletes claiming victimhood while real Americans struggle. The Chicago Tribune editorial board praised Michael's courage. The Wall Street Journal business section analyzed potential impacts on his endorsement portfolio, with a headline reading, "Jordan's Gamble: Will Social Justice Advocacy Cost Him Commercially?" Michael sat in his penthouse Wednesday afternoon, remote control in hand, flipping between channels. Each one offered a different version of his story, his motivations, his character. CNN featured a panel discussion. A civil rights attorney argued passionately about systematic discrimination. A conservative commentator countered that private clubs had association rights that trumped anti-discrimination laws. They talked over each other, voices rising, neither convincing anyone who hadn't already chosen sides. His phone rang constantly. Curtis fielded most calls, but some got through. Patrick Ewing called to offer support. Scottie Pippen expressed concern about team distractions. Phil Jackson, the Bulls coach, asked Michael to lunch to discuss managing media attention during the upcoming season. The backlash arrived Wednesday afternoon in coordinated waves. A group calling itself Citizens for Private Association Rights held a press conference outside the Pinnacle Club. Their spokesman, a silver-haired attorney named Brendan Walsh, spoke with practiced indignation. "Michael Jordan is a great athlete, but he's wrong about this. Private clubs are exactly that, private. They're not public accommodations. Members have the right to associate with whomever they choose without government interference. This isn't about race. It's about freedom of association, a constitutional right." Behind Walsh, 50 supporters held signs. "Private means private. Stop reverse discrimination. Freedom to choose." Michael watched the coverage, his jaw tightening. Freedom of association, the same argument used to defend segregated lunch counters, whites-only swimming pools, discrimination dressed in constitutional language. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You're a disgrace to your race, making everything about color. Why can't you just be grateful?" Another, "Gambling addict playing victim. Pathetic." Curtis had warned him this would happen. The hate mail, the threats, the people who'd loved him as an athlete but rejected him as an advocate. Still, seeing it in writing felt different than anticipating it intellectually. But other messages came too. "A black lawyer in Houston, thank you for using your platform. You're speaking for all of us." "A white teacher in Iowa teaching my students about your courage. This is what standing up looks like." "A grandmother in Mississippi, my husband faced discrimination his whole life. He died last year. I wish he could see you fighting back." The corporate response came Thursday morning. Nike released a statement through their PR department. "Nike stands with Michael Jordan in his fight for equality and access. We're proud to match his $5 million commitment to the Jordan Equal Access Foundation. Athletic excellence should open doors, not encounter discrimination." Phil Knight, Nike's CEO, followed with a personal video message that aired on ESPN. "Michael Jordan changed Nike. He changed basketball. And now he's working to change institutions that need changing. We support him completely." McDonald's response was more cautious. Their statement, issued late Thursday afternoon after internal debates Curtis learned about through back channels, read, "McDonald's values diversity and inclusion. We support constructive dialogue about access and opportunity. Michael Jordan has been a valued partner, and we appreciate his commitment to important social issues." Translation: "We're not abandoning him, but we're not enthusiastically backing him either." Coca-Cola's statement was nearly identical, supportive in theory, careful in practice. Gatorade took 2 days to respond, their silence speaking volumes before they finally issued tepid support. David Falk called Thursday evening, his voice tight. "McDonald's and Coke are nervous. Not pulling out, but their marketing teams are worried about controversy affecting family-friendly image." Gatorade's board had emergency meetings about whether this violates your contract's morality provisions. And Michael's voice was flat. And they're staying with you for now. But Michael, this is what I warned about. Corporations don't like controversy. They like safe, marketable athletes who sell products without creating complications. I'm not backing down, David. I'm not asking you to. I'm telling you the landscape. If this drags out, if the gambling stuff gets worse, if the Pinnacle Club fights back effectively, some of these deals could wobble. Michael walked to his window looking out at Chicago. Then they wobble. I can live with that. After hanging up, he allowed himself a moment of doubt. Walking away from tens of millions in endorsements for a principal, was that courage or foolishness? His parents had worked their entire lives and never made what he could lose in contract terminations. Was he being cavalier with wealth they'd never imagined? But then he remembered Dr. Williams's testimony, Judge Rodriguez's quiet dignity, the 3,000 letters from people who needed to see someone fight. Some things mattered more than money. The Pinnacle Club's response arrived Friday morning via their attorney, delivered to media outlets as a formal statement. The Pinnacle Club categorically denies any discrimination in our membership processes. Mr. Jordan's application raised legitimate concerns about lifestyle choices incompatible with our institutional values. His gambling activities, documented in multiple publications, suggested judgment issues that warranted careful consideration. Our decision was based solely on character assessment, not race. We find Mr. Jordan's accusations defamatory and are consulting with counsel about potential legal action. The statement concluded with a paragraph about the club's history of welcoming diverse members, citing the 4 black members among 317 total, evidence they clearly believed supported their non-discrimination claims. Victoria Chen held her own press conference Friday afternoon, standing outside her law office with a stack of documents. The Pinnacle Club statement is demonstrably false, she said, her voice cutting through the crowd noise. I have documentation showing that white members with gambling issues far exceeding Michael Jordan's were admitted without question. I have meeting minutes showing board members discussing ways to exclude minority applicants years before those applications were submitted. I have testimony from former staff about instructions to discourage certain people from applying. She held up documents as cameras zoomed in. This isn't about one decision regarding one applicant. This is about systematic discrimination that's been club policy for decades, and I'm prepared to testify to all of it under oath. The Pinnacle Club's membership began fracturing. By Friday afternoon, 8 members had resigned in protest, corporate executives who couldn't afford association with an institution accused of discrimination. Their resignations made headlines, adding pressure to a club already hemorrhaging reputation. But other members rallied around the institution. A group of 20 prominent members, CEOs, lawyers, bankers, signed a letter defending the Pinnacle Club's right to maintain standards and select members based on compatibility with existing membership. Chicago split along lines of privilege and perspective. Wealthy neighborhoods defended private association rights. Working-class communities saw the controversy as confirmation of what they'd always known. Certain spaces remained off-limits regardless of achievement. The city's black professional community organized, planning their own investigation into discrimination at Chicago's private clubs. Michael's home required increased security. Police informed Curtis that credible threats had been made, requiring 24-hour protection. Photographers camped outside his building. Reporters ambushed him leaving the Bulls' practice facility. He'd become something he'd never been before, controversial. For 15 years, Michael Jordan had been universally beloved, transcending demographics through athletic brilliance and careful brand management. Now, for the first time, significant portions of America disliked him, disagreed with him, wanted him to shut up and play basketball. The weight of it accumulated. Thursday night, alone in his penthouse after another day of media scrutiny, Michael called his father. "Pop, I'm tired." James's voice was gentle. "I know, son. People who loved me last month hate me now. Corporate sponsors are nervous. My teammates are worried I'm creating distractions. And the Pinnacle Club is talking about suing me for defamation. Are you thinking about backing down?" Michael was quiet, honest. "Part of me is. Part of me wants to issue an apology, say I overreacted, go back to just being a basketball player." "But you won't." "No, but I understand why you didn't fight in 1974. This is exhausting, and I've only been doing it for a week. You would have had to sustain this for years without my resources or platform. I made peace with my choices, Mike, and you'll make peace with yours. But here's what I know. You can't go back to who you were before this started. You've seen too much, understood too much. Even if you wanted to retreat to just basketball, that door's closed now. So I keep going forward. Unless you can live with turning back, and I don't think you can." Michael knew his father was right. He'd crossed a threshold, said things that couldn't be unsaid, taken positions he couldn't abandon without betraying everyone who'd placed faith in his courage. Saturday morning brought unexpected support. Larry Bird, normally apolitical, gave an interview to the Boston Globe. "I've competed against Michael for years, tried to beat him, occasionally succeeded, but I've always respected him. What's happening now, people criticizing him for standing up against discrimination, that's wrong. He's got my support, whatever that's worth." Magic Johnson went further, announcing at a Lakers press conference that he'd contribute $1 million to the Jordan Equal Access Foundation. "This isn't just Michael's fight. This is all of our fight. Every black athlete who's ever wondered if our achievements matter, if excellence is enough, Michael's answering that question for us." Other athletes joined. Charles Barkley pledged $250,000. Patrick Ewing contributed $100,000. Across the NBA, players began speaking up, sharing their own experiences with discrimination at clubs, restaurants, retail establishments. The sports world was choosing sides, and increasingly, athletes were choosing Michael's side. But the stress manifested physically. Michael's sleep suffered, nightmares about losing everything he'd built jerking him awake at 3 a.m. His appetite disappeared. Curtis noticed him losing weight, the sharp angles of his face becoming sharper. "You need to take care of yourself," Curtis said Saturday afternoon. "Can't fight if you're falling apart." "I'm fine." "You're not. You've lost 8 pounds in 2 weeks. You're not sleeping. Your hands shake when you think no one's watching." Michael looked at his hands. Curtis was right. A tremor he couldn't quite control. The accumulated stress of publicity, backlash, uncertainty about endorsements, threats to his safety, weight of representation. It was grinding him down in ways basketball never had. Sunday, he forced himself to rest. Turned off his phone, ignored the television, sat in silence trying to remember who he was before the Pinnacle Club, before the press conference, before he became a symbol of something larger than basketball. But he couldn't find that person anymore. James was right. He'd crossed a threshold. The Michael Jordan who just played basketball and stayed out of controversy was gone, replaced by someone who'd seen the machinery of discrimination and couldn't unsee it. Monday morning, Curtis arrived with news. The Illinois Department of Human Rights has formally opened their investigation into the Pinnacle Club. They're requesting documents, interviewing current and former staff, reviewing membership applications from the past decade. This is real, Michael. You forced actual governmental scrutiny. That's good, right? That's exactly what we wanted. Pressure, official investigation, consequences beyond just bad publicity. But Curtis's expression suggested there was more. What aren't you telling me? The Pinnacle Club hired Brennan and Associates, top-tier litigation firm, aggressive reputation. They're not just defending, they're preparing to attack. Depositions about your gambling, subpoenas for financial records, interviews with everyone you've ever played cards or golf with. They're building a case that you're reckless, that the rejection was justified. Michael absorbed this. The fight was escalating, becoming exactly what David Falk had warned about, a prolonged legal battle where his imperfections would be weaponized against him. "Let them come," he said finally. "I'm not hiding who I am." Curtis nodded, though concern remained in his eyes. "One more thing. Judge Rodriguez and Dr. Williams have both received pressure from their professional communities. Anonymous calls suggesting they're being divisive, hurting their reputations by associating with controversy. Someone's trying to isolate you by scaring off your allies." The Pinnacle Club. Can't prove it, but the timing's suspicious. Michael felt rage building, not just at his own treatment but at the intimidation of people who'd shown courage by standing with him. This was how power protected itself, by making examples of anyone who challenged it. His phone rang. Dolores, calling for their scheduled Sunday conversation that he'd missed by turning off his phone. "Baby, I saw the coverage. How are you holding up?" And just like that, hearing his mother's voice, Michael felt tears he'd been suppressing for days finally break through. He cried, for the exhaustion, the pressure, the loneliness of standing in the spotlight while people threw stones. He cried for his father's lost dream, for Dr. Williams facing professional backlash, for every person who'd ever been told they didn't belong. Dolores let him cry, didn't try to fix it or minimize it, just listened with the patience of a mother who'd comforted him through every disappointment since childhood. When he finally composed himself, she spoke quietly. "You can stop anytime, Michael. No one would blame you. You've already done more than most people ever do." "I can't stop, Mama, not now." "I know, just wanted you to know the option exists. But baby, if you're going to keep fighting, you need to take care of yourself. Can't pour from an empty cup." After they hung up, Michael forced himself to eat, to sleep, to treat his body with the discipline he applied to basketball. The fight wasn't a sprint, it was a marathon. And marathons required pacing, endurance, the ability to sustain effort over distance. Tuesday morning, 2 weeks after the press conference, Michael returned to the Bulls' practice facility. His teammates greeted him with a mixture of support and uncertainty. Some understood what he was doing and why. Others worried about distractions affecting their championship pursuit. Scottie Pippen pulled him aside. "Mike, I support you, but we've got a season coming up. Can you keep this separate from basketball?" "I'll do my job, Scottie, same as always." "That's all I'm asking." Michael went through practice with familiar intensity, his body remembering the rhythms even as his mind remained elsewhere. Basketball was still his refuge, the place where excellence was measurable and rules were clear. But even there, he felt the change. Reporters shouting questions about the Pinnacle Club instead of playoff predictions. Fans holding signs supporting him, others holding signs criticizing him. He'd become something other than just a basketball player, and that meant basketball would never again be simple. As practice ended, Curtis appeared with urgent news. "Victoria just called. 3 more Pinnacle Club board members have resigned, including Patricia Morrison. The club's having an emergency meeting tonight. Harrison Blackwell's position as president is being challenged." Michael absorbed this. The pressure was working. Institutions could only withstand so much scrutiny before fractures appeared. The question was whether those fractures would lead to genuine change or just better concealment of discrimination. "What happens next?" Michael asked. "We wait. We let the investigation proceed. We keep pressure on through the foundation and media attention, and we prepare for whatever they throw at us." Michael nodded, gathering his things. Outside, protesters still gathered, some supporting him, others opposing. Media trucks remained parked on the street. His life had become a spectacle, every decision analyzed, every statement scrutinized. But somewhere in Chicago, a young black professional would see the coverage and know that fighting discrimination was possible. A parent would tell their child about Michael Jordan standing up, teaching a lesson about courage that transcended sports. An institution would think twice before casually rejecting qualified applicants. That had to be worth something, had to justify the cost. Michael walked to his car through the gauntlet of cameras and questions, his security detail clearing a path. He didn't answer the shouted questions, didn't engage with the spectacle. He just kept moving forward because stopping wasn't an option anymore. The Pinnacle Club's boardroom felt different on Tuesday evening. The portraits of past presidents stared down with what Harrison Blackwell imagined was judgment, though more likely it was just his guilty conscience projecting onto oil paintings. 17 board members sat around the mahogany table, 4 empty seats where resignations had created vacancies, the remaining members radiating tension. Harrison called the emergency meeting to order at 7:00 p.m., his hands trembling slightly as he shuffled papers. At 67, he'd never imagined his presidency would end like this, under siege, his family's legacy tarnished, the institution he'd devoted decades to serving crumbling around him. "Thank you all for coming on short notice." His voice lacked its usual authority. "I think we all understand the gravity of our situation." "Gravity?" Donald Crestwood's face was red with anger. "Harrison, we've lost 12 members in 2 weeks. 12. Corporate events are being canceled. The Tribune is running daily articles questioning our practices. The state is investigating us. This has gone beyond gravity. This is catastrophic." Judge James Worthington cleared his throat. "Perhaps if we'd handled the Jordan situation differently from the beginning." "Don't start," Tommy Rizzo interrupted, his bulk hunched forward aggressively. "We made a legitimate business decision based on character concerns. Jordan's gambling is documented. The media circus isn't our fault, it's his, for making this about race when it's about standards." "Standards," Catherine Klein repeated, her voice dripping with contempt. "Is that what we're still calling it? Tommy, everyone in this room knows why Michael Jordan was rejected. Pretending otherwise insults our intelligence." "Careful, Catherine," Tommy warned. "Your husband being black doesn't give you special insight into." "My husband being black gives me the only honest perspective in this room." Catherine stood, her composure shattering. "I've sat through 5 years of your coded language, cultural fit, compatibility concerns, maintaining tradition. I know what those words mean. We all do." David Park, the Korean-American board member who'd voted against Jordan's rejection, nodded agreement. "Catherine's right. This isn't about gambling. If it were, we'd have rejected Marcus Henshaw, who lost $200,000 at Belmont last year, or Richard Pemberton, who's banned from 3 Atlantic City casinos. But they're still members because they're white." "That's a slanderous accusation," Tommy said, his voice rising. "Then sue me for slander," David shot back. "But you won't, because discovery would prove I'm right. You'd have to explain why minority applicants are scrutinized for imperfections while white applicants are forgiven theirs." Harrison banged his gavel weakly. "Gentlemen, ladies, please, this isn't productive." "You want productive?" Donald Crestwood pulled out financial statements. "Here's productive. We've lost $1.2 million in revenue this month. Corporate members are leaving. Event cancellations are mounting. Our insurance premiums are going to skyrocket because of the discrimination investigation. This club could be bankrupt within a year if this continues." The room fell silent, the financial reality cutting through ideological arguments. The Pinnacle Club ran on corporate memberships and event revenue. Lose those, and the institution couldn't sustain itself. Robert Chen, the attorney who'd helped Michael strategize, spoke carefully. "We have two options. One, we dig in, fight the investigation, maintain our position, and hope the controversy fades. Two, we acknowledge mistakes, implement reforms, and try to salvage our reputation." Acknowledge mistakes. Tommy's voice was incredulous. That's surrender. That's admitting we discriminated, opening ourselves to lawsuits, destroying everything we've protected. Protected, Catherine Klein's voice rose. You mean the tradition of keeping certain people out. That's what you've been protecting, Tommy, and it's not worth saving. The boardroom erupted, voices overlapping, accusations flying, years of suppressed tensions finally exploding. Harrison watched his carefully constructed world disintegrating, the consensus he'd maintained for 12 years shattering into factions that couldn't be reconciled. His secretary interrupted, knocking urgently. "Mr. Blackwell, I'm sorry, but there's a situation downstairs." "What kind of situation?" "Protesters. About 50 people demanding to speak with board leadership. They're saying they won't leave until the club issues a formal apology to Michael Jordan." Tommy stood abruptly. "Call the police, have them removed." "The media is down there too," the secretary added nervously. "CNN, local stations, photographers. If we have protesters arrested, it'll be on every news channel within the hour." Harrison closed his eyes, feeling trapped. Every option led to worse publicity, deeper crisis, further deterioration. The institution he'd spent his life serving was being consumed by consequences of decisions made in this very room 2 weeks ago. "Tell them," Harrison paused, unsure. "Tell them the board is in session and will issue a statement when we've reached a conclusion." After his secretary left, Harrison looked around the table at faces reflecting fear, anger, defiance, resignation. These were Chicago's elite, people accustomed to control, to deference, to operating in spaces where their power went unchallenged. But Michael Jordan had challenged that power, and they were discovering it was more fragile than they'd believed. "Harrison, you need to resign." The words came from Margaret Hutchinson, Robert's wife, a board member who'd been silent until now. "This happened on your watch, your leadership. Someone needs to take responsibility." "Margaret," Robert began, but she cut him off. "No, we've been too comfortable for too long pretending we're not part of the problem, but we are. Every time we voted to reject a qualified minority applicant, every time we stayed silent when Tommy made his cultural fit arguments, every time we prioritized maintaining tradition over doing what's right, we were complicit. And Harrison, as president, you enabled all of it." Harrison felt the truth of her words like a physical blow. He'd known. Every rejection, every coded conversation, every unspoken understanding about who belonged and who didn't, he'd known. And he'd allowed it to continue because changing it would have been uncomfortable. "I think Margaret's right." This from William Bradford, a retired pharmaceutical executive who'd been a member for 40 years. "Harrison, you're a good man. But this requires fresh leadership, someone who can guide us through reform without the baggage of past decisions." Others nodded, the consensus building. Harrison saw his presidency ending not with celebration of service rendered, but with removal due to scandal. The Blackwell family legacy, generations of leadership at the Pinnacle Club, ending in disgrace. Tommy Rizzo stood abruptly. "If Harrison goes, I go. I'm not sitting here while you people rewrite history, pretending we're villains for maintaining standards." Jordan made this racial because he couldn't accept that his character was being judged, not his skin color. "Then go," Catherine Klein said flatly. "You've done enough damage." Tommy's face purpled with rage. He gathered his materials, shoving them into his briefcase with violent movements. At the door, he turned back. "You're going to regret this. All of you. When every club in Chicago is forced to accept members they don't want, when tradition means nothing and standards are discriminatory, when excellence is defined by quotas instead of qualification, you'll remember that I tried to stop it." He slammed the door, the sound echoing through the boardroom like a gunshot. The remaining board members sat in uncomfortable silence. Tommy's departure changed the dynamics, removing the most vocal defender of the status quo. But it also revealed how little support Harrison actually had. "I'll resign," Harrison said quietly. "Effective immediately. The board can appoint an interim president and begin the search for permanent replacement." "Harrison, we appreciate," David Park began, but Harrison raised his hand. Don't thank me or pretend this is graceful. I failed. I knew what was happening and I allowed it to continue. I prioritized the institution over integrity, and now the institution is suffering because of that choice." He stood slowly, feeling every one of his 67 years. "For what it's worth, I am sorry. Not sorry I got caught, sorry I didn't have the courage to change things when I had the power to do so. Michael Jordan was right about us, about me." Harrison walked to the door, then paused, looking back at the portraits of past presidents. His own would hang there eventually, he supposed. Future board members would look at it and remember this moment, the president who presided over the club's greatest scandal. "One more thing," Harrison said. "My father denied James Jordan a business loan in 1974. I found the memo recently, saw his handwritten notes about neighborhood impact and client relations. It was discrimination, pure and simple. Michael Jordan's rejection wasn't isolated, it was generational. My family has been part of this problem for 50 years." The confession hung in the air. Several board members looked shocked, others grimly unsurprised. "I'm telling you this so you understand the depth of what needs to change. This isn't about one membership decision. It's about institutional racism that's been woven into the fabric of places like this for decades. And it won't change until we're willing to acknowledge it honestly." Harrison left then, walking through the club's corridors for what he suspected was the last time as a member. Staff nodded respectfully, unaware that his presidency had just ended, that the institution was fracturing under pressures it had created. He descended to the main entrance where protesters still gathered. Through the bronze door's glass panels, he could see them. Diverse faces, signs demanding justice, Michael Jordan jerseys worn in solidarity. The media trucks lined Michigan Avenue, cameras trained on the building. Richard Cosgrove stood at his post, the doorman who'd turned Jordan away now guarding against protesters. He looked miserable, caught between following orders and living with consequences. "Richard," Harrison said quietly, "I owe you an apology." The doorman looked surprised. "Sir, you were following orders. My orders ultimately, and those orders put you in an impossible position. I'm sorry for that." Richard's eyes filled with tears. "Mr. Blackwell, I didn't know what else to do. When they told me not to let Mr. Jordan in, I thought there must be a good reason. But there wasn't, was there?" "No, there wasn't." Harrison pushed through the doors, walking into the crowd of protesters. Cameras immediately swung toward him, reporters rushing forward with microphones and shouted questions. "Mr. Blackwell, will the Pinnacle Club apologize to Michael Jordan? Is it true you're resigning? What do you say to accusations of institutional racism?" Harrison raised his hand, and surprisingly, the crowd quieted. In the glare of camera lights, surrounded by people demanding accountability, he felt an unexpected clarity. "I'm Harrison Blackwell, President, former president of the Pinnacle Club. I resign tonight because I failed in my responsibility to ensure our institution operated fairly and without discrimination. Michael Jordan was wrongly denied access to our club. The decision was made based on prejudices that have existed within our institution for too long. The crowd murmured, cameras recorded, reporters scribbled notes frantically. I can't speak for the entire board, but I can speak for myself. I'm sorry. To Mr. Jordan, to his family, to everyone who's been rejected from clubs like ours because of race or ethnicity or any reason other than genuine qualification. We were wrong. I was wrong. And I hope the Pinnacle Club, under new leadership, will find the courage to change in ways I failed to implement. He turned and walked toward his car, ignoring the shouted follow-up questions. His phone already showed missed calls from his attorney, his daughter Caroline, other board members. Let them wait. For the first time in weeks, Harrison felt he'd done something honest. Back in the boardroom, the remaining board members absorbed the implications of Harrison's public confession. On television monitors, his statement was already playing on news channels, being analyzed and dissected. Well, David Park said eventually, that changes things. Catherine Klein nodded. We can't walk back from that. Harrison just admitted discrimination on behalf of the club. We either double down and call him a liar, or we follow his lead and reform. Reform how? Donald Crestwood asked, his anger replaced by resignation. What does that even look like? Margaret Hutchinson had been taking notes throughout the meeting. She pulled out a document she'd apparently prepared in advance. I've been working on a proposal. Complete overhaul of membership processes, blind application reviews, diverse selection committees, explicit anti-discrimination policies with teeth, mandatory training for all board members and staff, regular audits by outside civil rights organizations. She distributed copies around the table. We also issue a formal apology to Michael Jordan and commit to reviewing every minority application rejected in the past decade, offering reconsideration to anyone who was qualified. That's comprehensive, Robert Chen said, reading through the proposal. And expensive. Training, audits, reviews, this will cost significant money. Less than bankruptcy, Margaret countered. We're hemorrhaging members and revenue. This is our only path to survival, genuine reform that rebuilds trust. David Park looked around the table, all in favor of Margaret's proposal as a framework for reform. Hands rose slowly, reluctantly in some cases, but eventually every remaining board member voted yes. The Pinnacle Club, after 70 years of exclusionary practices, had finally voted to change. We'll need to hire a diversity consultant, Catherine said. Someone with credibility who can guide us through this transformation. I have a recommendation, Margaret replied. Victoria Chen, the board member who resigned in protest. She knows our problems intimately and has the expertise to fix them. The irony wasn't lost on anyone, asking the woman they'd driven away to come back and save them. Will she even consider it? Robert asked. Only one way to find out, Margaret said, pulling out her phone. Victoria Chen was home when her phone rang, watching news coverage of Harrison Blackwell's stunning admission outside the Pinnacle Club. She recognized Margaret Hutchinson's number and almost didn't answer. Victoria, it's Margaret. I know I don't deserve your time, but I'm asking anyway. The board just voted for comprehensive reform. Harrison resigned. Tommy's gone. We need your help to do this right. Victoria was silent for a long moment. Part of her wanted to refuse, to let the institution that had tolerated discrimination for so long figure it out themselves. But another part, the part that had joined the board 5 years ago believing change was possible, recognized an opportunity. What exactly are you asking? We want to hire you as a diversity consultant. Paid position, full authority to recommend changes, direct access to the board. Help us become what we should have been all along. I'll need complete transparency, access to all records, ability to interview staff and members, power to make binding recommendations. You'll have it. Victoria, we know we're late to this, but we're serious now. Harrison's confession means we can't go backward, only forward. Help us figure out what forward looks like. Victoria thought about Michael Jordan, who'd sacrificed comfort to force this moment. About Dr. Williams and Judge Rodriguez, who'd stood up despite personal costs. About her own years of trying to change the Pinnacle Club from within, feeling complicit in discrimination she couldn't stop. Maybe this was the chance to actually succeed. I'll do it on one condition. Before we start any reforms, the board issues a formal, public apology to Michael Jordan. Not vague corporate language, a real apology acknowledging what happened and why. Done, can you draft it? Victoria smiled grimly. I'll have it to you by morning. After hanging up, she opened her laptop and began writing. Not the sanitized corporate apology she'd read 1,000 times, but something honest, specific, meaningful. Words that acknowledged harm rather than minimizing it. An hour later, she emailed the draft to Margaret. Statement from the Pinnacle Club Board of Directors. Michael Jordan was denied access to the Pinnacle Club on June 24, 1993. Not because of gambling concerns or character issues, but because board members allowed personal grudges and racial prejudice to override his obvious qualifications for membership. This was wrong. Not just a mistake, but a moral failure that reflects discrimination embedded in our institution for decades. Mr. Jordan, a three-time NBA champion, Olympic gold medalist, and exemplary citizen, was rejected because we valued tradition over integrity, exclusion over excellence. We apologize unreservedly to Mr. Jordan, to his family, and to the countless other qualified individuals we've rejected over the years for reasons that had nothing to do with merit. We acknowledge that the Pinnacle Club has contributed to institutional racism through policies and practices that maintained segregation under the guise of standards. Effective immediately, we are implementing comprehensive reforms to ensure this never happens again. We are reviewing past membership decisions, revising selection processes, and committing to transparency and accountability. We recognize that apologies mean nothing without changed behavior. Mr. Jordan was right to speak out. His courage forced us to confront failures we'd rather have ignored. We are grateful for that, and deeply sorry it was necessary. Victoria reread the statement, satisfied it said what needed saying. Tomorrow it would go public, and the Pinnacle Club would begin the long process of becoming something better than it had been. She thought about calling Michael Jordan, letting him know what was happening. But she decided to wait. Let the apology speak first. Let actions demonstrate sincerity before asking for forgiveness. Outside her window, Chicago's lights glittered in the darkness. Somewhere in those lights, Michael Jordan was probably still awake, still carrying the weight of the fight he'd started. Soon, at least, he'd know it had mattered. The doors were finally opening. Slowly, reluctantly, but opening nonetheless. Martin DeLuca called Curtis at 6:47 a.m. Wednesday morning, his voice carrying the urgency of someone who'd been awake all night chasing leads. "Curtis, you need to get Michael and meet me. Now, I found something that changes everything." Curtis sat up in bed, instantly alert. "What did you find?" "Not over the phone, my office 1 hour. Trust me, this is big." Curtis called Michael, who answered on the first ring despite the early hour. Sleep had been elusive for both of them lately, nights filled with media analysis and strategic planning, and the constant weight of decisions that rippled beyond themselves. "Martin found something. He wants us at his office immediately." I'll meet you there." They arrived within minutes of each other, finding Martin's office looking like a conspiracy theorist's dream. Documents pinned to whiteboards, photographs connected by red string, timelines stretching across multiple surfaces. Martin himself looked exhausted but energized, the way investigators got when pieces finally clicked into place. "Coffee's fresh," Martin said, gesturing to a pot. "You're going to need it." He pulled out a thick file, setting it on his desk with the weight of something significant. "I've been digging deeper into Tommy Rizzo and Harrison Blackwell's relationship, trying to understand why they'd both be so motivated to reject you, Michael. The gambling vendetta and the Nike resentment seemed sufficient, but something felt incomplete, so I kept digging." Martin opened the file, revealing documents that told a story spanning years. In 1989, before you even knew the Pinnacle Club existed, there was a board meeting. Tommy Rizzo wasn't a member yet, but he attended as a guest of another board member. The meeting discussed membership standards and, quote, potential high-profile applicants. He handed them the meeting minutes Curtis had already seen, but this time he highlighted a specific section. The board went into executive session, meaning the detailed discussions aren't recorded. But I found something else. A letter, dated 1 week after that meeting, from Tommy Rizzo to Harrison Blackwell. Michael took the letter, reading Tommy Rizzo's letterhead from Rizzo Gaming Consultants. "Harrison, following up on our conversation from last week's meeting, I appreciate you hearing my concerns about maintaining the club's character and tradition. As we discussed, there are certain high-profile individuals whose applications would create complications, not because of explicit disqualification, but because their presence would fundamentally alter the institution's nature. I've included a list of names we might want to monitor. Some are currently in positions where club membership seems unlikely, but as their profiles rise, they may seek access to institutions like ours. Early coordination could help us develop appropriate screening mechanisms." Attached to the letter was a list of names. Michael's name was fourth from the top, written in 1989 when he just completed his 5th NBA season. Curtis stared at the document. "They blacklisted you 4 years before you applied, before you'd won a single championship." "It gets worse," Martin said grimly. He pulled out another document, correspondence between Tommy Rizzo and Harrison Blackwell spanning 1989 to 1992. Multiple letters, each discussing strategies for managing applications from people they deemed problematic. "They weren't just planning your rejection," Martin continued. "They were planning systematic exclusion of Black professionals who might seek membership as they became more successful. Your name was on a list with prominent Black attorneys, executives, physicians, anyone they thought might apply and meet the formal qualifications." Michael's hands trembled as he read through the correspondence. The casual racism was breathtaking, references to maintaining compatibility, discussions of cultural preservation, strategies for creating rejection criteria that appeared neutral but targeted specific applicants. One letter from Harrison Blackwell to Tommy Rizzo, dated November 1991. "Tommy, your concerns about the Jordan situation are noted. His gambling activities provide useful justification should he eventually apply. However, we must be careful to document concerns consistently. I've instructed our membership committee to begin maintaining detailed records of lifestyle concerns for all potential applicants, ensuring we have defensible reasons for any decisions." "They were building a paper trail," Curtis said, his attorney's mind recognizing the strategy immediately. "Creating documented concerns that could justify discriminatory decisions if challenged." "Exactly," Martin confirmed. "But here's where it gets really dark." He pulled out another set of documents, these older, more fragile. "Remember the 1974 loan denial of Michael's father? I went back through Midwest Trust's records, took some serious digging and one very bribable former employee, and found internal communications from Harrison Blackwell Sr. He spread out photocopies of memos from 1974. Michael recognized his father's name immediately, James Raymond Jordan, applicant for a $25,000 business loan. Harrison Blackwell Sr.'s handwritten notes covered the application. Qualified on paper, but Negro applicant raises concerns. Construction sector networking requires client confidence. Recommend denial using standard economic justification. File under neighborhood impact assessment. Another memo, dated 2 weeks later after James Jordan had filed his discrimination complaint. Jordan complaint requires careful response. Banking Commission investigation likely but manageable. Standard protocol, cite legitimate business factors, economic conditions, risk assessment. No explicit racial language in file. Commission lacks resources for thorough investigation. Matter should resolve favorably. And it had. The Banking Commission had found no evidence of discrimination because Harrison Blackwell Sr. had been careful to never explicitly state his racial motivations. Michael felt sick reading his father's name in these documents, seeing the calculated discrimination that had destroyed James Jordan's dream documented with such casual precision. "This is the pattern," Martin said. "The Blackwell family has been doing this for 50 years, discriminating carefully, documenting alternate justifications, using institutional processes to hide racial bias. Harrison III learned it from his father. It's not personal animus. It's systematic exclusion treated as standard business practice." Curtis was pacing now, his mind working through implications. "This is exactly what we need. This proves discrimination wasn't isolated to Michael's rejection. It's systematic, generational, intentional. This destroys any defense the Pinnacle Club might mount." "But there's more," Martin said, his voice dropping. "And this is the part that's been keeping me up all night." He pulled out newer documents, financial records, bank statements, wire transfers. Anthony Rizzo's gambling debts that led to his bankruptcy. I tracked where that money went. He borrowed heavily from connected people in Atlantic City, we knew that. But the specific people he borrowed from, the arrangements he made, that's where it gets complicated. Martin showed them a series of wire transfers from Anthony Rizzo to various Atlantic City businesses between 1990 and 1991. These look like casino payments, business debts, normal transactions. But 3 of these businesses are fronts for organized crime operations. Small time, not Sopranos level, but connected enough to be serious. Michael's stomach dropped. Anthony Rizzo borrowed from the mob. Not exactly. He borrowed from legitimate businesses that had connections. But yes, there's organized crime involvement in the money he owed. And here's where it gets relevant to you. In his bankruptcy proceedings, Anthony claimed Michael Jordan hustled him in rigged golf games to explain why he lost so much money. That claim didn't go anywhere legally, but it gave him cover for why he'd borrowed from dangerous people. Curtis saw where this was going. He was using Michael as an excuse, blaming him for debts that had nothing to do with their golf games. Right, but the people Anthony borrowed from, they didn't care about excuses. They wanted their money, and when Anthony couldn't pay, there were consequences. Martin pulled out a police report from Atlantic City, dated March 1992. Anthony Rizzo was hospitalized after an accident outside an Atlantic City casino. Official report says he fell downstairs. Witnesses report he was pushed after an argument about money. Michael remembered Tommy Rizzo's words at the golf course. He tried to kill himself last year, but maybe it wasn't suicide. Maybe it was the result of debts Anthony couldn't pay, violence from people Michael had nothing to do with. Tommy Rizzo knows all this, Martin continued. He testified in Anthony's bankruptcy, saw the financial records, knew about the dangerous loans. But instead of blaming the actual causes of Anthony's destruction, his gambling addiction, his poor decisions, his borrowing from criminals, Tommy blamed you, Michael. Because blaming you was easier than acknowledging his brother's real problems. Curtis was shaking his head, processing the implications. So Tommy's vendetta against Michael is based on a lie. Anthony's problems had nothing to do with Michael, but Tommy convinced himself otherwise. Or Tommy knew the truth and chose to blame Michael anyway, Martin said. Because having Michael Jordan as a villain was more satisfying than admitting his brother was a degenerate gambler who made catastrophic decisions. Michael stood and walked to the window, looking out at Chicago morning traffic. People heading to work, living ordinary lives, unaware that in this cramped office the architecture of a conspiracy was being revealed. "There's one more piece," Martin said quietly. "And I need you to prepare yourself for this one, Michael." Michael turned back, seeing genuine concern in Martin's face. In early 1992, right after Anthony's accident in Atlantic City, Tommy Rizzo approached someone about handling the Michael Jordan situation. We knew this from the Atlantic City prosecutor's sealed files. I told you about it weeks ago. But I finally found out who Tommy approached and what exactly he wanted done. Martin pulled out a final document, a FBI field report from 1992. Tommy Rizzo contacted a man named Vincent Calabrese, low-level associate with gambling connections. The FBI was already watching Calabrese for unrelated reasons, so they recorded this interaction. Tommy wanted someone to send Jordan a message, to make him understand there are consequences. Curtis's voice was sharp. He tried to hire someone to hurt Michael. The FBI investigated but didn't have enough for charges. Tommy never explicitly said to harm Michael, just vague threats about messages and consequences. Calabrese reported it to his FBI handler because he didn't want federal attention, so nothing came of it. But Michael, Tommy Rizzo wasn't just planning to reject your club application. He was considering having you intimidated, possibly hurt. The room fell silent. Michael processed this information. Someone had contemplated violence against him not because of anything he'd actually done, but because of grudges and lies and racism wrapped together into something dangerous. "How far would they have gone?" Michael asked quietly. "I don't know," Martin admitted. Calabrese refused the job. Tommy never followed up. But the intent was there, documented in FBI files. This wasn't just discrimination, Michael. This was potential conspiracy to commit assault, maybe worse. Curtis was already thinking legally. "We need to get this to the Illinois Department of Human Rights, to the FBI, too." "Wait," Michael's voice was firm. "Just wait." He sat down heavily, staring at the documents spread across Martin's desk. Evidence of systematic discrimination, proof of generational racism, documentation of conspiracies and lies and possible criminal intent. Everything they needed to destroy Tommy Rizzo, to devastate Harrison Blackwell, to expose the Pinnacle Club's darkest secrets. "We could end them," Curtis said, reading Michael's thoughts. "Release all of this, press criminal charges against Tommy, sue everyone involved. Complete scorched earth." "We could," Michael agreed, "but should we?" Martin and Curtis exchanged glances, surprised by the question. "Michael, these people tried to hurt you," Curtis pressed. "Not just reject you from a club, potentially harm you physically. They deserve consequences." "They do, but what consequences? What does justice actually look like here?" Michael picked up the documents about his father's loan denial, reading Harrison Blackwell Sr.'s calculated discrimination. "My father lived with this rejection for 40 years. Never spoke about it, never sought revenge, never became bitter. He could have spent his life angry, but he chose peace instead. He told me some battles you win by refusing to fight on someone else's terms. This is different, Curtis argued. Your father didn't have evidence like this. He couldn't prove discrimination. But even if he could have, would destroying the Blackwell family have given him back his dream? Would it have built his construction company? Michael shook his head. Revenge doesn't undo harm. It just creates different harm. He stood, pacing Martin's office. Tommy Rizzo is a bitter man who blamed me for his brother's destruction because accepting the truth, that his brother was an addict who made terrible choices, was too painful. Destroying Tommy doesn't heal Anthony or teach Tommy anything. It just proves I can hurt people who hurt me. They deserve it, Martin said simply. Maybe, but I need to be able to live with what I do. And I'm not sure I can live with using this information to destroy people, even people who tried to destroy me. Curtis sat down, frustrated but understanding. So what do you want to do with all this? Michael thought for a long moment, looking at the evidence of conspiracy, discrimination, potential violence, everything that had been hiding beneath the surface of one night's rejection. We use it strategically, he said finally. Not to destroy, but to ensure change. The information about systematic discrimination at the Pinnacle Club, that goes to the Illinois Department of Human Rights, supports their investigation, proves patterns. The documentation about my father's loan denial, that stays private unless he wants it public. That's his story, not mine. And the stuff about Tommy trying to hire someone to threaten you, Martin asked. Michael was quiet. That crossed a line from discrimination to potential violence, from institutional racism to personal danger. That deserved consequences beyond just public exposure. That goes to the FBI. Let them decide whether it warrants investigation. But Curtis, we don't leak it to the media. We don't use it for publicity. We just make sure law enforcement knows and can act if necessary. Curtis nodded slowly. You're choosing the high road. I'm choosing the road I can live with. There's a difference. Michael gathered the documents carefully. These people wanted to keep me out of their club because they believed I didn't belong. If I use this information to destroy them out of revenge, I'm proving they were right to fear me. But if I use it to create change while maintaining my integrity, I'm proving they were wrong about who I am. Martin looked impressed despite himself. That's a lot of restraint after discovering people conspired against you for years. It's not restraint, it's strategy. The Pinnacle Club is already reforming. Harrison resigned, Tommy's gone, they're implementing changes. Releasing all this information now would overshadow those reforms, make it about scandal instead of progress. I'd rather have real change than dramatic revenge. He looked at Curtis. File the discrimination evidence with the state investigation. Contact the FBI about Tommy's approach to Calabrese. Let them handle it quietly. But the rest, we keep it as leverage. If the Pinnacle Club or anyone else tries to backtrack on reforms, we can always release more. But if they follow through on genuine change, maybe that's enough. Curtis gathered documents, organizing them into separate folders. You know this means the full truth doesn't come out. People won't know how deep this conspiracy went, how systematic the discrimination was, how dangerous it almost became. Good, Michael said, because the full truth would consume everything. It would become the story, the scandal, the drama, the violence that almost happened. And I don't want that to be the story. I want the story to be that institutions can change when pressured, that speaking up matters, that progress is possible. You can't tell that story if you're drowning in revenge narratives. Martin began making copies of relevant documents, separating what would go to authorities from what would stay private. As he worked, he spoke thoughtfully. You know, I've been an investigator for 30 years. Usually when I find this kind of corruption, this level of conspiracy, my clients want blood. They want to see everyone involved destroyed, punished, humiliated. But you're different. I'm tired, Michael said honestly. Tired of anger, tired of fighting, tired of carrying grudges. My father showed me you can survive injustice without letting it consume you. Maybe that's the better victory, not destroying your enemies, but refusing to let them make you into something you're not. They spent another hour organizing everything. What would go to authorities, what would stay confidential, what would be held as potential leverage. By the time they finished, Martin had created a roadmap for accountability that didn't require destruction. As Michael and Curtis prepared to leave, Martin stopped them at the door. For what it's worth, I think you're making the right call. Not the satisfying call, but the right one. Takes more strength to show restraint than to unleash everything you've got. Michael shook his hand. Thanks for finding all this, Martin, even if we're not using it the way you probably expected. Hey, you're the client, and honestly, I've got more respect for you now than if you'd wanted to destroy everyone. That's real power, having the ammunition and choosing not to fire. Outside, Curtis and Michael walked to their cars in silence. The morning had brought revelations that reframed everything. The rejection wasn't spontaneous but planned. The conspiracy wasn't limited to one club but reflected generational patterns. The danger wasn't just institutional but potentially physical. You sure about this? Curtis asked. We're sitting on information that could make national headlines, could bring down powerful people, could. I'm sure, Michael interrupted. Curtis, I've learned something these past few weeks. Power isn't about how much damage you can do. It's about choosing what kind of person you want to be when you have the ability to do damage. And I want to be someone my parents would be proud of. Someone who fights for change without becoming vengeful. Someone who proves that excellence includes character, not just achievement. Curtis smiled. Your mother would definitely approve. My father, too. He lived this, had every reason to be bitter after 1974, but chose grace instead. I'm just following his example. They drove separately back to their offices, each carrying copies of documents that told a story most people would never know. A story of systematic discrimination, of conspiracies spanning decades, of potential violence averted, of decisions made in boardrooms that impacted lives far beyond those rooms. But they also carried the knowledge that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do with damaging information is choose not to use it. That revenge is easy, but restraint requires strength. That justice doesn't always look like destruction. Michael arrived at his penthouse to find messages waiting. Victoria Chen reporting that the Pinnacle Club would be issuing a formal apology. Reporters requesting interviews about the latest developments, his parents checking in to see how he was holding up. He called his father first. Pop, they found everything. The loan denial memo, the discrimination your complaint alleged, all of it. It's documented, provable. We could take it public, show the world exactly what the Blackwells did to you. James was quiet for a moment. But you're not going to. Not unless you want me to. This is your story, your pain. I won't weaponize it without your permission. Then don't. Let it stay buried, Michael. I've made my peace. Don't dig it up for my sake. But don't you want people to know? Don't you want the Blackwells to face consequences? James's voice was gentle, patient. Son, the best revenge is living well. I've lived well. Raised good children, had a happy marriage, did work that mattered. The Blackwells took one opportunity from me, but I built a good life anyway. That's my victory, not proving I was wronged, but proving I was strong enough to overcome it. Michael felt tears forming. I love you, Pop. Love you too, Mike. Now go do what you need to do. And remember, you're not just Michael Jordan, the basketball player, anymore. You're Michael Jordan, the man who stands for something. Make sure that something is worth standing for. After hanging up, Michael stood at his window looking out at Chicago. The city that had celebrated him, rejected him, and was now watching to see what kind of man he would choose to be. He had the power to destroy his enemies. The evidence, the platform, the public support to unleash devastating consequences. But sometimes power meant choosing not to destroy, choosing instead to build something better than what existed before. The doors were opening, and Michael Jordan was going to walk through them with his integrity intact. The flight to North Carolina was unscheduled, unannounced, just Michael needing to be home before making decisions that would define the rest of his life. He landed at Wilmington International Thursday afternoon, driving himself in a rental car through streets that held every version of himself he'd ever been. The modest house on Gordon Road looked exactly as it always had. Oak tree in front, cracked driveway. The basketball hoop where he and Larry had fought battles that prepared him for everything that came after. His father's truck sat in the driveway, and Michael felt something in his chest loosen just seeing it there, solid and real. Dolores met him at the door, wrapping him in a hug that smelled like home. Her perfume mixed with whatever she was cooking, the scent of unconditional love that no amount of fame or wealth could replicate. "Baby, you should have called. I would have made your favorites. I needed to come home, Mama, needed to think." James appeared from the garage, wiping grease from his hands, always working on something, keeping busy. His eyes held understanding. He'd known Michael would come eventually, that some conversations required being face-to-face. They sat in the living room where Michael had watched countless games, celebrated victories, nursed defeats. The couch cushions held the imprints of family gatherings. The coffee table bore ring stains from years of sweet tea glasses. The walls displayed photographs documenting a life built from love and sacrifice. Michael pulled documents from his bag, copies of everything Martin had found. The 1974 loan denial memo, the 1989 letter blacklisting him before he'd even won a championship, the systematic discrimination spanning decades. He spread them across the coffee table like evidence in a trial. "I know everything now, Pop. About the loan, about what Blackwell's father wrote, about the discrimination complaint that went nowhere. It's all documented." James picked up the memo slowly, reading his own name in Harrison Blackwell Sr.'s handwriting. His jaw tightened, but his voice remained steady. "I figured as much. Man doesn't deny a qualified applicant without reason, and the reason wasn't business. It was me being black in a white man's bank, asking for something they thought I had no business asking for." "We could use this," Michael said quietly. "Make it public. Show people the Blackwell family's been doing this for 50 years. It would destroy any defense the Pinnacle Club has left." James set down the memo carefully. "And then what?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, after you've destroyed them, after you've proven they discriminated against me 40 years ago, after the headlines and the outrage and the satisfaction of being right, then what? Does that build my construction company? Does that give me back opportunities I lost? Does that change anything except making other people hurt the way I hurt?" Michael felt frustration rising. "It's about justice, Pop, about holding people accountable, about making sure they can't keep doing this to others." "Is it?" James's voice was gentle but firm. "Or is it about you needing to fix something that happened to me because you weren't there to protect me when it did?" The words hit Michael like a physical blow. He sat back, processing the truth in them. "Son, come with me." James stood, heading toward the garage. Michael followed, stepping into the familiar space where his father had taught him to change oil, fix engines, use tools properly. The garage was organized with military precision, every tool in its place, every project labeled, decades of careful maintenance visible in every corner. James walked to the back wall where a framed certificate hung. his 25-year service award from General Electric. Below it were photographs of James with work crews, safety awards, commendations for excellence. After that loan got denied, after the complaint went nowhere, I had a choice, James said, touching the certificate frame. I could spend my life angry about doors that stayed closed, or I could invest in the doors that did open. I chose to be the best at what I could do, to matter in ways that didn't require anyone's permission. He pulled out another photograph from a drawer, James surrounded by diverse workers at his retirement party. These people, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, they showed up because I'd helped them, mentored them, protected them from management that tried to exploit them, stood up for them when no one else would. That mattered, Mike. That meant something. But you could have had more. Your own business, financial independence. Could have, maybe, but I would have sacrificed time with family to build it. Would have missed coaching your little league team, watching you and Larry compete, being present for the moments that actually shaped who you became. James turned to face Michael fully. I didn't get my construction company, but I got to raise 5 children who all went to college. I got 40 years with your mother. I got to watch my son become the greatest basketball player in the world. That's a pretty good consolation prize. Michael's throat tightened. You're saying I shouldn't fight this? I'm saying you should fight for the right reasons. Not to vindicate me, not to punish people who wronged us, but because you genuinely believe it'll create positive change. And Michael, I need you to understand something. I don't need vindication. I made peace with 1974 a long time ago. How? The question came out raw, desperate. How do you make peace with people stealing your dreams? James was quiet for a long moment, choosing his words carefully. Because I realized they didn't steal my dreams, they just changed the path to them. I wanted to build things, create something that lasted, help my community. And I did all that, just not through a construction company. I built it through family, through mentorship, through being someone people could count on. He put his hand on Michael's shoulder. You're at a crossroads, son. You can use this information to destroy everyone who wronged us, prove we were victims of systematic discrimination, make national headlines exposing corruption. And you'd be right to do it. The evidence is there. The case is solid. But destruction isn't the same as justice, and revenge isn't the same as healing. James's grip tightened. I don't want my pain to become your weapon. I don't want the worst thing that happened to me to define the best thing you could do. You understand? Michael nodded, tears finally breaking through. I'm so angry, Pop. Angry at what they did to you. Angry at what they tried to do to me. Angry that we live in a world where excellence isn't enough if your skin is the wrong color. I know, and anger is natural, justified even. But Michael, you can't build from anger. You can only tear down. And I think you want to build something, not just destroy something. They stood in the garage together, father and son, surrounded by tools and photographs and evidence of a life built despite obstacles. Outside, North Carolina afternoon sounds filtered through, birds singing, distant traffic, the ordinary soundtrack of a world that kept turning regardless of individual struggles. What do I do, Pop? You already know, you just need permission to do it, James smiled. So here's your permission, let this go. Not because they deserve mercy, but because you deserve peace. Tell your story, create your foundation, push for real change. But don't carry my burden as ammunition. I've already set that burden down. You should too. They walked back inside where Dolores had set out sweet tea and fresh-baked cookies, comfort food that tasted like every childhood crisis she'd helped him navigate. Your father tell you what you needed to hear, she asked, knowing already that he had. He did. Dolores sat beside him on the couch, taking his hand. Michael, these past few weeks you've been carrying so much. Your own pain, your father's history, everyone who's ever been discriminated against. That's too heavy for one person, even someone as strong as you. But if I don't carry it, who will? Lots of people, she said firmly. This fight isn't yours alone. Victoria Chen is carrying it. Dr. Williams, Judge Rodriguez, they're carrying it. Every person who stands up against discrimination is carrying part of it. You don't have to do this by yourself. Michael sipped his tea, letting the sweetness ground him. The Pinnacle Club is issuing an apology tomorrow. Harrison Blackwell resigned. Tommy Rizzo is gone. They're implementing real reforms. Maybe that's enough. Is it enough for you? Dolores asked. Because that's what matters. Not whether it's enough objectively, but whether you can live with it. Michael thought about the documents in his bag, evidence of conspiracy, discrimination, potential violence. Information that could destroy people, dominate news cycles, prove definitively that he'd been wronged. I think it's enough, he said slowly. Because what I really want isn't revenge, it's change. And change is happening, the Pinnacle Club reforming, other institutions being investigated, my foundation creating mechanisms for others to fight back. That's more valuable than headlines about 50-year-old discrimination. James nodded approvingly. That's mature thinking, son. And it's the thinking of someone who's going to leave a legacy bigger than basketball. They spent the afternoon together talking about safer topics. Larry's family, his sister's careers, Dolores's church activities. But underneath the casual conversation was an understanding that something had been resolved, a weight that Michael had been carrying finally set down. As evening approached, Michael prepared to fly back to Chicago. He had a press conference to prepare for, foundation work to coordinate, a season to focus on. But he felt lighter than he had in weeks, clearer about who he wanted to be. At the door, Dolores hugged him tightly. I'm proud of you, baby. Not for the championships or the fame, but for the man you're choosing to be when it would be easier to be something else. Learn from the best, Mama. James walked him to the rental car, the two of them standing in the driveway where Michael had first learned to compete, to fight, to never give up. Pop, one more question. Do you ever regret it? Not fighting harder in 1974, not pursuing the discrimination complaint further, accepting what happened instead of fighting back. James considered this carefully. Sometimes I wonder what might have been. But Michael, regret is just another form of living in the past. And I'd rather live in the present, grateful for what I have instead of bitter about what I lost. He opened the car door for Michael. You're going to face this choice again and again, whether to focus on what was taken or what remains. Choose what remains, son. It's a better life. Michael drove away from Gordon Road, watching his parents in the rearview mirror, James's arm around Dolores's shoulders, both of them waving until he turned the corner. They'd given him everything that mattered, not money or opportunities, but character, resilience, the ability to face injustice without becoming consumed by it. The flight back to Chicago gave him time to think, to process, to finalize decisions. By the time he landed, he knew exactly what he needed to do. He called Curtis from the car. Set up a meeting with Victoria Chen tomorrow morning. I want to coordinate our messaging before the Pinnacle Club releases their apology. You're not releasing the older evidence. The 1974 loan denial, the 1989 blacklist. No, that stays private unless absolutely necessary. We focus on current discrimination, current reforms, current change. The past provides context, but the future is what matters. Curtis was quiet for a moment. Your father asked you not to use it. He didn't ask. He didn't have to. But he helped me understand that some battles you win by refusing to fight them on other people's terms. The Pinnacle Club wanted to make this about my gambling, my character, my imperfections. If I make it about revenge and destruction, I'm playing their game. But if I make it about change and progress, I'm playing mine. That's strategic. That's survival, Michael corrected. Pop survived 40 years of knowing he was wronged without becoming bitter. I can survive a few weeks. They talked through logistics, Victoria's involvement in reforms, foundation planning, media strategy for when the Pinnacle Club's apology went public. By the time Michael reached his penthouse, he had a clear path forward. His phone showed messages from teammates, from Magic and Charles, from business associates checking in. But one message stood out from Larry, his brother, who'd pushed him in backyard basketball games and taught him that competing with people you loved made you better. Mike saw the news. Proud of how you're handling this. Pop called, told me you visited. Said you reminded him why he fought so hard to give us opportunities, because he knew we'd use them right. Love you, brother. Michael sat in his darkened living room, Chicago's lights glittering through floor-to-ceiling windows. He thought about all the versions of himself that existed. The kid cut from varsity, the college champion, the NBA superstar. The man denied entry to a club, the activist fighting discrimination. Each version had been necessary to become who he was now, someone with the platform to create change, the resources to sustain fight, the character to pursue justice without becoming vengeful. His phone rang. Victoria Chen. Michael, I just got word. The Pinnacle Club's apology will be released tomorrow morning. I helped draft it. It's real, substantive, acknowledges wrongdoing without corporate deflection. But I wanted you to see it first, make sure you're comfortable before it goes public. Send it over. Minutes later, the statement appeared in his email. Michael read through Victoria's words, an honest acknowledgement of discrimination, a commitment to reform, an apology that didn't minimize or excuse. Michael Jordan was denied access to the Pinnacle Club not because of legitimate concerns, but because board members allowed prejudice to override his obvious qualifications. This was wrong, not just a mistake, but a moral failure reflecting discrimination embedded in our institution for decades. It continued for 3 paragraphs, specific and unflinching, ending with concrete commitments to change. Michael called Victoria back. It's good. It's what I needed to hear. You could still demand more. Release the older evidence, push for criminal investigations of Tommy Rizzo, destroy everyone involved. I could, but I won't. Victoria, my father taught me something today, that the goal isn't to prove you were wronged, but to move forward despite being wronged. The Pinnacle Club is reforming. That's what matters. Victoria was quiet for a moment. You're a better person than I am. I still want them to suffer. Maybe they will. Maybe shame and reform are their own punishment. But either way, I'm not going to let their actions determine who I become. I'm going to be who I choose to be, regardless of what they did. After hanging up, Michael walked to his trophy room. 3 championship trophies gleamed under careful lighting, physical proof of excellence achieved through relentless work. But they were just objects, beautiful, meaningful, but ultimately insufficient. What mattered more was the foundation he was building, the doors he was forcing open, the conversations he was starting about discrimination and access and justice. Those couldn't be displayed in a case, but they would outlast any trophy. His phone buzzed one final time, a text from his father. Proud of you, son. Not for what you've won, but for who you're becoming. That's the real victory. Michael stood in his trophy room, surrounded by evidence of athletic excellence, but feeling the weight of something more important. Moral clarity, purposeful restraint, the strength to choose justice over revenge. The doors were opening, and he was going to walk through them with his integrity intact, carrying his father's wisdom, his mother's love, and the understanding that sometimes the hardest battles were the ones you chose not to fight. Tomorrow, the Pinnacle Club would apologize. Reforms would begin. Change would happen slowly, imperfectly, but undeniably. And Michael Jordan would continue being Michael Jordan, not just the greatest basketball player alive, but a man who'd learned that true power meant knowing when to use it and when to set it aside. He turned off the trophy room lights and went to bed, finally ready to rest. The Pinnacle Club's apology hit news wires at 9:00 a.m. Friday morning, 3 weeks to the day after Michael Jordan had been denied entry. Curtis called at 9:03, his voice containing something Michael hadn't heard in weeks. Relief. "It's out." Victoria's statement, unedited, exactly as written. "Michael, this is real. They're not hiding, not minimizing. They're actually acknowledging what happened." Michael sat at his breakfast table, reading the statement on his laptop as morning sunlight streamed through his penthouse windows. Statement from the Pinnacle Club Board of Directors. Michael Jordan was denied access to the Pinnacle Club on June 24, 1993, not because of gambling concerns or character issues, but because board members allowed personal grudges and racial prejudice to override his obvious qualifications for membership. The statement continued for 5 paragraphs, each one more direct than typical corporate apologies. It acknowledged systematic discrimination, named specific failures, outlined concrete reforms, blind application reviews, diverse selection committees, mandatory anti-discrimination training, regular audits by outside civil rights organizations. It concluded with a commitment that caught Michael's attention. "We are reviewing every minority application rejected in the past decade, offering reconsideration to qualified individuals who were denied membership for reasons unrelated to legitimate standards. We are also establishing a diversity scholarship fund, matching Mr. Jordan's foundation contribution with $500,000 annually to support civil rights initiatives." Michael called Victoria immediately. "The scholarship fund? Whose idea was that?" "Margaret Hutchinson's. She said if the club was serious about change, it needed to invest in it financially. Not just policy changes, but actual money committed to the cause. $500,000 annually is significant. They're hemorrhaging membership and revenue. This helps rebuild reputation while doing genuine good. Smart business and moral action combined, capitalism working the way it should." By 10:00 a.m., the media response was overwhelming. Every major outlet covered the story, most praising the Pinnacle Club's unprecedented directness. CNN ran segments comparing it to other corporate apologies, noting how rare it was for institutions to admit discrimination so explicitly. But conservative commentators remained critical. Fox News ran a segment questioning whether the apology validated false accusations of racism. Rush Limbaugh devoted radio time to arguing that the Pinnacle Club had caved to political correctness, instead of defending private association rights. The country remained divided, but something had shifted. Even critics couldn't deny that actual change was happening: board resignations, policy reforms, financial commitments. This wasn't performative corporate responsibility. It was institutional transformation forced by public pressure and moral clarity. Michael's phone rang constantly, media requests, congratulations from supporters, interview offers from major publications. David Falk called with news about endorsements. Nike is ecstatic. They're getting incredible publicity from the foundation partnership. McDonald's and Coca-Cola are relieved the controversy is resolving without extended litigation. Gatorade's board approved continuing your contract with a raise. They see you as a leader now, not just an athlete. So standing up didn't hurt commercially. Standing up strategically with clear goals and measured responses, that played well. If you'd gone scorched earth, sued everyone, released every damaging detail, it might have been different. But you threaded the needle perfectly, strong on principles, restrained in execution. After hanging up, Michael felt something he hadn't experienced since before the Pinnacle Club incident: lightness. The weight he'd been carrying for weeks finally lifting, replaced by a sense that his choices had mattered, that fighting had been worth it. Curtis arrived at noon with updates on the Jordan Equal Access Foundation. We've received 230 applications for legal support. Discrimination cases from across the country, private clubs, professional organizations, housing associations. People who saw your stand and found courage to fight their own battles. 230. Michael was stunned. And growing daily. Michael, you've created something bigger than one incident. You've given people a mechanism to challenge discrimination that's been happening quietly for decades. They reviewed applications together. A Black attorney denied partnership at a law firm, an Asian American executive excluded from a business club, a Latino family rejected by a homeowners association. Each story echoed Michael's experience: qualified people facing rejection for reasons that had nothing to do with merit. We can't fund all of them, Curtis cautioned. Even with 10 million, we have to prioritize cases with the strongest legal merit and potential for broader impact. Then we prioritize strategically. Cases that establish precedent, that force institutional change, that help the most people beyond just individual plaintiffs. They worked through lunch, developing criteria for case selection, identifying civil rights attorneys to partner with, building infrastructure for a foundation that would outlast Michael's basketball career. At 3:00 p.m., Michael's assistant buzzed through. "Mr. Jordan, there's someone here to see you. Harrison Blackwell. He doesn't have an appointment, but he's asking for just a few minutes." Michael and Curtis exchanged glances. Harrison Blackwell, the man who'd presided over Michael's rejection, who'd resigned in disgrace, whose family legacy had been tarnished. "Send him in." Harrison Blackwell entered looking diminished, still impeccably dressed, but his shoulders stooped, his face drawn. At 67, he suddenly looked every year of his age. He stood awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable, asking for something after everything that had happened. "Mr. Jordan, thank you for seeing me. I know I have no right to your time." Michael gestured to a chair. "Sit." Harrison sat carefully, holding his briefcase like a shield. Curtis remained standing, protective, ready to end this conversation if necessary. "I read the club's apology," Harrison began. "Victoria did excellent work. It says what needed to be said, but I wanted to come personally to offer my own apology separate from the institution." "Go ahead." Harrison took a breath, and Michael saw genuine emotion in his eyes, not performance, but actual remorse. "What we did to you was wrong. What I did was wrong. I presided over that board meeting, allowed Tommy Rizzo's vendetta to masquerade as policy concern, voted to reject you knowing the real reasons had nothing to do with qualifications." He paused, gathering courage. "But it goes deeper than one decision. I've spent my life maintaining an institution that systematically excluded people who looked like you. I told myself I was preserving tradition, upholding standards, protecting something valuable. But really, I was protecting privilege. My privilege, my family's privilege. The privilege of people who looked like me to decide who belonged and who didn't." Michael listened without interrupting, watching Harrison wrestle with truths he'd spent decades avoiding. "I found my father's memo about your father's loan application," Harrison continued. "Saw his handwritten notes about neighborhood impact and client relations. Saw how he documented business justifications while his real motivation was keeping a Black man from succeeding. And I realized I'd been doing the same thing, different words, same prejudice." Harrison pulled an envelope from his briefcase. "This is a personal check for $250,000 to the Jordan Equal Access Foundation. It's not enough. Money can never compensate for discrimination, but it's something. My own investment in trying to repair damage my family contributed to. He set the check on Michael's desk. Michael didn't touch it, didn't acknowledge it, just kept his eyes on Harrison's face. Mr. Jordan, I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I wanted you to know that your press conference, your foundation, your willingness to fight back, it forced me to examine myself in ways I'd avoided my entire life. I'm ashamed of what I found, but I'm also grateful you held up a mirror, even though I hated what I saw reflected. The room was quiet except for city sounds filtering through windows, traffic, construction, the ordinary noise of Chicago continuing regardless of individual reckonings. "What do you want from me?" Michael asked finally. Harrison looked surprised. "Nothing. I'm not here asking for anything. I just needed you to hear this from me directly, not through lawyers or press releases. I needed to sit across from you and admit I was wrong." "You were wrong," Michael agreed. "You and your father and Tommy Rizzo and everyone else who decided that excellence wasn't enough if the person achieving it was black. You were all wrong." "Yes. But you're here now, acknowledging it. That's more than most people do." Michael picked up the check, looking at the amount. "Why $250,000? It's what my father's bank denied your father in 1974, adjusted for inflation. It doesn't give him back his dream, but it helps others pursue theirs." Michael set down the check, considering. He could reject it, refuse Harrison's attempt at redemption, send him away with his guilt intact. Or he could accept it as what it was, an imperfect gesture from an imperfect person trying to do better than he'd done before. "I'll accept this on one condition." "Anything?" "You don't get to feel absolved. Taking this money doesn't mean I forgive you or think you're a good person who made mistakes. It means I'm pragmatic enough to use your guilt for something productive. Understand the difference?" Harrison nodded slowly. "I understand, and Mr. Jordan, I don't want absolution. I want to earn something better than what I've been. That'll take years, maybe the rest of my life, but I'm committed to trying." Curtis spoke for the first time. "How do we know this is genuine? That you're not just doing this for publicity, to rehabilitate your reputation?" "You don't," Harrison admitted. "And maybe I am doing it partly for selfish reasons, guilt, shame, fear of being remembered as a bigot. But even selfish motivations can create positive outcomes. I'm not a hero, Mr. Polk. I'm a coward trying to become slightly less cowardly. That's the best I can offer." Michael stood and Harrison rose quickly, taking it as dismissal. But Michael extended his hand. "Thank you for coming, for being honest, for the donation." Harrison shook his hand, clearly surprised. "I don't deserve your courtesy." "No, you don't. But I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because holding onto anger hurts me more than it hurts you. So I'm choosing to accept your apology, take your money, and let you figure out how to live with what you did. That's between you and your conscience." Harrison's eyes filled with tears he tried to hide. "Thank you." After he left, Curtis turned to Michael. "That was generous, more generous than he deserved." "Maybe, but Pop taught me that sometimes the victory is in refusing to let other people's actions make you bitter. Harrison Blackwell will spend the rest of his life knowing he was wrong. That's punishment enough." Michael deposited Harrison's check into the foundation account, bringing total funding to over $10 million, money that would support hundreds of discrimination cases, help thousands of people challenge institutions that tried to exclude them. The afternoon brought more positive news. Dr. Marcus Williams called to say Peachtree Country Club had reached out about reconsidering his membership application. Judge Elena Rodriguez reported similar contact from the Boston institution that had rejected her. Across the country, private clubs were reviewing their practices, terrified of becoming the next pinnacle club. "You've scared them," Curtis observed. "Not just the Pinnacle Club, but every similar institution. They're all wondering if they're next, if their discrimination will be exposed." "Good, fear is a start. Eventually it'll become actual change, but fear works for now." That evening, Michael met with Victoria Chen and Margaret Hutchinson at Victoria's office. Margaret was nervous. She'd been part of the Pinnacle Club board, had voted with the majority on previous rejections, carried her own guilt. "Mr. Jordan, I know I'm complicit in what happened. I stayed silent when I should have spoken up. I voted wrong on applications before yours. I'm not here asking forgiveness, just offering to help however I can." Michael studied her. A woman in her 60s, old money Chicago, probably never questioned her privilege until it was challenged directly. But she was here, trying, willing to use her position to create change. "Tell me about the reforms. What's actually going to be different?" Victoria pulled out detailed plans. Every application now goes through a blind review process. Names, photographs, any identifying information removed. A diverse committee evaluates qualifications objectively. If someone's rejected, they receive detailed written reasoning that can be appealed to an independent review board. And the existing membership, the people who voted for discrimination. Margaret answered this. 15 board members have resigned or been removed. We're recruiting new board members specifically to diversify leadership. People of color, women, younger members who understand institutional racism and are committed to dismantling it. The remaining older members, Michael pressed. Mandatory anti-discrimination training, quarterly audits of their voting patterns, removal if they show bias. We're not asking them to become different people, just to set aside prejudices when making institutional decisions. It was imperfect, change always was, but it was real, substantive, more than Michael had dared hope for 3 weeks ago when he'd stood outside bronze doors that wouldn't open. "I want quarterly reports," Michael said. "Diversity statistics, rejection patterns, evidence that reforms are working. And if they're not, if the Pinnacle Club backslides into old patterns, everything goes public. The 1989 blacklist, the loan denial, all of it." Victoria nodded. "You'll have full transparency. And Michael, thank you for fighting, for forcing this, for not letting us get away with comfortable discrimination." After they left, Michael sat in Victoria's office looking out at Chicago's evening skyline. The city was changing, not dramatically, not overnight, but changing nonetheless. One club reforming, others watching nervously, conversations happening about access and privilege and who got to decide who belonged where. His phone buzzed. A text from Larry, saw the Pinnacle Club apology. "Pop's proud. We all are. You did good, Mike." Another from Magic Johnson. "History will remember this. Not just the championships, but the courage. Respect, brother." One from Charles Barkley. "You made them bend the knee. That's real power." But the message that meant most came from an unfamiliar number. "Mr. Jordan, I'm Marcus Williams's daughter, 13 years old. My dad told me about your foundation helping him, about you standing up when it was hard. I'm doing a school project about civil rights heroes. Can I interview you? I want to tell people that heroes are people who fight for others even when it costs them. Thank you for being that kind of person." Michael read it 3 times, feeling emotion rise in his throat. This was why he'd fought, not for himself, not even for his father, but for 13-year-old kids who needed to see that standing up mattered, that justice was possible, that heroes could be real people making difficult choices. He replied simply, "I'd be honored. Have your dad contact my assistant, and thank you for reminding me why this matters." The following Tuesday, Michael held his final press conference about the Pinnacle Club situation. The media room at the United Center was packed again, but the energy was different, less confrontational, more curious about what came next. Michael took the podium wearing a suit, no Nike gear, just himself. 3 weeks ago, I stood here and told you about being denied entry to the Pinnacle Club. I explained why I believed that rejection was discriminatory, why it mattered beyond one incident, why I felt compelled to fight back. Today, I'm here to talk about what's happened since. He detailed the reforms, the Pinnacle Club's apology, the board changes, the policy overhauls, the financial commitment to civil rights work. He acknowledged Harrison Blackwell's personal apology and donation without praising it, simply noting it as evidence that even complicit people could choose to do better. I'm often asked if I'm satisfied with the outcome. The honest answer is partially. The Pinnacle Club is reforming, but reform is a process, not an event. Other institutions are being investigated. Conversations are happening about discrimination that's been hiding in plain sight for decades. That's progress. He paused, looking directly into cameras. But we're not done. The Jordan Equal Access Foundation has received over 500 applications for support. 500 people facing discrimination at clubs, organizations, institutions that believe they can exclude qualified individuals for reasons having nothing to do with merit. 500 people who saw me stand up and found courage to stand up themselves. Michael's voice grew stronger, more passionate. That's what this was really about. Not me getting into one club, but everyone having equal access to spaces their qualifications earn them. It's about children like Marcus Williams's daughter doing school projects about civil rights and learning that justice is possible when people are willing to fight for it. He concluded with words he'd been formulating since his conversation with his father. My father taught me that excellence should be enough, but we live in a world where it often isn't, where your skin color, your ethnicity, your background can matter more than your achievements. That's wrong. And until it changes, I'll keep fighting. Not alone, but alongside everyone else who refuses to accept that certain doors should stay closed regardless of who's knocking. The press conference lasted 90 minutes. Reporters asked about his gambling. He answered honestly, acknowledging competitiveness that sometimes went too far but refusing to apologize for being human. They asked about commercial impacts. He noted that standing on principle had actually strengthened his brand with partners who valued integrity. One reporter from the Chicago Tribune asked the question Michael had been waiting for. Do you regret how you handled this? Would you do anything differently? Michael considered carefully. I'd probably sleep more, stress less. But no, I wouldn't change fighting back, wouldn't change using my platform to force conversations about discrimination, wouldn't change establishing a foundation to help others. Some things are worth the cost, even when the cost is high. As the press conference concluded, Michael felt finality, not of the fight, which would continue, but of this chapter. The Pinnacle Club incident was resolving into something larger than itself, becoming a touchstone for conversations about access and privilege and institutional racism. He'd kicked open a door that had been closed, and thousands of people were going to walk through it behind him. 1 week later, Michael received a letter from the Pinnacle Club. Not an official communication, but something personal, handwritten on club stationery. Mr. Jordan, my name is Richard Cosgrove. I was the doorman who turned you away on June 24. I've wanted to write this letter every day since, but shame kept me silent. I was following orders. That's true, but insufficient. I should have questioned those orders, should have refused to be part of discrimination, should have found the courage you showed to do what was right instead of what was easy. I lost my job at the Pinnacle Club, which is fair. But I gained something more valuable, clarity about who I want to be. I enrolled in community college, studying social work, planning to spend my life helping people instead of gatekeeping against them. You changed me, Mr. Jordan, not by being angry or vindictive, but by showing that standing up for principle, even when it costs you, is possible. I'm sorry for my part in what happened, and I'm grateful you fought back. With respect and regret, Richard Cosgrove. Michael folded the letter carefully, adding it to a growing file of correspondence that reminded him why the fight had mattered. Not just for big headlines or institutional reforms, but for individuals like Richard Cosgrove who'd been part of discrimination and chose to become part of the solution instead. Curtis entered his office with the latest foundation update. We've selected our first 50 cases to support. Diverse representation, race, geography, type of discrimination. Strong legal merit, good plaintiffs, significant potential for precedent-setting outcomes. When do we file? Next month. All 50 cases, coordinated filing, maximum publicity impact. We're calling it the Access Initiative. Should make national news, put private institutions on notice that we're serious. Michael approved the strategy, knowing that real change required sustained pressure, multiple battles, years of fighting. But he also knew now that he wasn't fighting alone. An infrastructure was being built, legal support, organizational partnerships, grassroots movements inspired by his stand. That evening, Michael attended a Bulls team dinner. His teammates greeted him with a mixture of respect and relief, respect for what he'd fought for, relief that the controversy was resolving without destroying team chemistry. Scottie Pippen pulled him aside. "Mike, I'm proud of you. What you did took guts, but I'm also glad we can focus on basketball again. We've got a championship to defend." "We do, and Scottie, thanks for being patient with me through this. You're my brother. Even when I didn't fully understand what you were doing, I trusted you were doing it for the right reasons." They returned to the team, laughing and planning for the upcoming season. Michael felt the familiar comfort of basketball, the one space where rules were clear, success was measurable, excellence truly was enough. But he also felt pride in what he'd become beyond basketball, someone willing to risk comfort for justice, to use privilege to fight for those without it, to stand up even when standing up was hard. Later, alone in his penthouse, Michael called his parents for their nightly check-in. "How you feeling, baby?" Dolores asked. "Tired, relieved, proud, all of it." "Your father wants to say something." James's voice came through, warm and steady. "Son, I've been thinking about what you did these past weeks, about how you fought for something bigger than yourself, how you kept your integrity while pushing for change. That's the legacy I always hoped you'd build." "I learned from you, Pop." "Maybe, but you took what I taught you and made it into something I never could have. You opened doors I couldn't open. You created opportunities I couldn't create. And you did it without becoming bitter or vengeful. That's the victory, not defeating your enemies but refusing to let them change who you are." Michael's throat tightened. "I love you, Pop, both of you. None of this means anything without what you gave me." "We love you too, baby," Dolores said. "Now get some rest. You've got a season to win." After hanging up, Michael stood at his window looking out at Chicago. The city glittered in darkness, full of people with their own struggles, their own battles against discrimination and injustice. He couldn't fight for all of them, couldn't open every door, couldn't fix everything wrong with the world. But he could do his part, fight his battles, use his platform to create space for others to fight theirs. The bronze doors of the Pinnacle Club had finally opened, not to admit him, because he no longer wanted in, but to reveal themselves to the world. And that revelation had started conversations, sparked reforms, inspired people to demand the access their excellence earned them. Michael Jordan had changed something, not by being perfect, but by being willing to stand up despite imperfection. Not by destroying his enemies, but by refusing to let their actions define him. He turned away from the window, ready for whatever came next. Another championship season, continued foundation work, ongoing battles for justice. The fight wasn't over, would probably never be completely over. But tonight, for the first time in weeks, Michael Jordan slept peacefully. The doors were open, and he'd walked through them with his integrity intact. Michael Jordan stood up not just for himself, but for everyone who'd ever been told their excellence wasn't enough. He proved that courage isn't about being perfect. It's about doing what's right even when it costs you everything. We'd love to know, where are you listening from? Drop your city or country in the comments below. It's amazing to see how stories like this connect people across the world. If this story moved you, touched your heart, or taught you something about courage and standing up for what's right, please hit that like button. It helps us reach more people who need to hear stories like Michael's. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more inspiring, emotional, and eye-opening stories that matter. Stories about real people facing real challenges and choosing dignity over silence. Finally, share this video with your friends and family. Spread the message that excellence should be enough, that discrimination has no place in our world, and that one person standing up can create waves of change. Together, we can spread kindness and awareness, one story, one conversation, one shared video at a time. Thank you for listening. Until next time, keep fighting for what's right.